services first, and then I think we want to hear from some appropriations. We want to ask we haven't heard our county manager pray yet, so we're going to ask our county manager to lead us off in prayer, and we're going to ask Commissioner Edwards if he would lead us off in our pledge. Mr. Sims.
Thank you, sir. May we bow our heads. Father, thank you for this day, a day that we've never seen before. Father, we ask you to allow us to do good business here in Newton County for all the citizens. We ask you to allow us to lead with courage and with faith. We ask you these things in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sims or Ms. Brittany, do y'all have anything before we start?
I will just briefly mention that we'll be working out of 2 books today because we did have to schedule 2 of our county departments on Thursday. So fire will be in your blue book starting on page 192. And then we'll switch over to the white book, which is the appropriations, and then at the end of the day, we'll come back to the blue book.
Thank you. Well, first we're going to start off with fire services. Guys, if y'all want to come on up. Chief, thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning. First off, I want to just say thank you all for letting me reschedule. I was at a town at Georgia Fire Chiefs Conference when I was originally scheduled, so thank you, Brittany, for working me in today. Roughly our budget this year, we're again asking for some increases in personnel. I think it breaks down well, we're trying to meet our strategic plan that the county adopted 3 years ago of trying to meet NFPA 1710, and that kind of tells you the required staffing of apparatus, and technically for an engine company it's 4 people to a truck, and our ladder truck should have 5. The past 3 years the board has been gracious enough to, we've not been able to meet it yet, but each year y'all actually allowed us to bring on more people to try to meet that NFPA standard. And this year, the numbers have kind of came down a little bit. I know last year I'd put in for 97, but this year we only need 56. Technically, it's going to be 3 battalion chiefs, 20 firefighters, 20 FAOs, 3 lieutenants, 3 captains, and then we're also asking for 2 additional inspector investigators, another logistics officer, another administrative assistant. We need another fire safety educator, and then we need 2 in our training department, 1 in EMS instructor and another captain of training in the fire side. And the reason this is the first year we've kind of put in for some additional administrative positions, but the reason we're having to do that is our department is growing. When I came in here 3 years ago, there was 46 people in the fire department. We're up to, I think, 146 now. We got 16 in training, and we got the hopes of adding some more stations, and so as our numbers increase out in the field, we got to have enough administrative staff to actually help keep them trained. Right now, our training division, we're running roughly 2 classes a year, and that trains them up through Firefighter 1, 2, Hazmat Awareness and Ops, and EMT Advanced levels. And again, we're training to the advanced level because as we try to do more for the citizens we protect and serve, we're trying to be able to do more on the fire trucks until an EMS unit can get on the scene. We've taken great strides to get there, and there's I reckon in our budget where we see a lot of increase in our asking from what it was last year, it's because we're trying to better the service we provide to the citizens of the county. So I reckon I'm going to just kind of hit the high spots because I see some that I figured might be questions. But some of the areas that I think is going to be an issue is overtime. We're asking for an additional almost $123,000 in overtime this year, but that is due to the way our work schedules work. Our suppression people, they work an average 56-hour work week. So technically, they are paid 52 hours a year overtime. Every 13 out of 26 weeks, they get 4 hours overtime just because of their work schedule. And because of our staffing levels being so low, we also cannot allow them to have their Kelly days. And actually, if you're not familiar with what a Kelly day is, technically Kelly day in the fire services, we tell you to take a day off without pay to keep you under that 216 hours in a 28-day work period. So due to our staffing, we can't do that. So we require our people to work their Kelly days. So that's an additional 96 hours a year that our employees have to work that we have to figure overtime. So technically, we have to figure for every individual in our department 148 hours of overtime. And Sheree and I sat down and we had to take everybody's hourly rate, multiply it by 1.5 and then by 148. And that's where we came up with that $422,533 in overtime. I'm going to be honest, there's really no way around it because we cannot afford to have the people off on their Kelly day, and they automatically get 52 hours a year no matter what, just because of their work schedules. I think the next one that I want to kind of touch base on is repair and maintenance to buildings. Again, there's over $85,000 increase in this. Again, every year we do some type of, we take one station and we try to renovate it to keep them where they're in good condition, keep them clean, leaks fixed. But the biggest request on this, we got two stations, Station 9 and Station 3, that we have constantly had problems with the driveways. They're asphalt due to the weight of our trucks. Asphalt is just not holding up. I think Station 9 was also had a lot of fill when they built that station. But as it alligators up, the asphalt alligators, water gets under that asphalt, so then the subgrade becomes soft, and so it starts pumping when we start rolling 60,000-pound trucks over it. The problem is they're getting worse and worse and worse, and Chief Cagle, who's over our building and ground, he has requested to go back in, dig that out, compact it back, and go back with asphalt, not asphalt, but concrete, reinforced concrete to support the weight. That was really the biggest increase other than our general maintenance we put in for every year under buildings and ground repairs. The next line item was going to be under contract labor. I forgot, I did not write it down, but I think basically we have put in there, we actually need an administrative assistant now. We put in the budget for that person, but if that person does not get approved as a full-time employee, we need enough money in contract labor to still hire this person because our logistics officer, he needs assistance down there as bills come in, POs go out, and just kind of keeping up with what's in our logistics building. This person will fill in, assist in the logistics officer being able to do his job effectively. Also, in this, under the our license, and especially now that we're starting to carry drugs on our fire trucks, we have to have a medical director. Dr. Mohan is currently the department's medical director, and I mean, he's given us a brother-in-law deal. I mean, most medical directors probably get a month what he's asking for a year, and I think right now we're only paying him $6,000 a year. Very, very good deal. Dr. Mohan's been very instrumental about our department moving forward, especially in the care we can provide the citizens, what we can do on the fire truck while we do wait on an ambulance. The next one was generating, can you find this one? Sure, I didn't write them down. 531100. But general operating supplies, there are some things that we've implemented, and again, because our department is growing so much, we have to have what we call an accountability system. And this is a system, it's got passports. Every truck in the county has a passport on it. And then when our people come in, they have a name tag, and it's color-coded with their name, and it's also got what they do, like mine. Mine is white because I'm a chief officer. It have M. Connor, and then have a P for paramedic. But it lets the incident commander know who is on that scene and what resources he has available. So each employee is given 3 of those cards, 3 name tags, and each engine has a card, and then we keep a spare in the office just in case they lose them. But another thing that these helps us with, this is the same system that our surrounding counties use. If we run mutual aid into Walton, Rockdale, Jasper, Morgan, they use this same type of accountability system. So our people can go up and give these cards or passports to the incident commander. And again, it's just a way to track who's on the scene, what resources you have, and where they've been assigned to. And so, again, as we grow, it takes more of these passports. And also in there's a new system that one of our battalion chiefs who's over our equipment, Chief Aaron's asked for. It's called PS Tracks. This is a way for us to track our equipment on the trucks. Right now, if we have a truck goes down, they have to go into a reserve truck. We have to strip equipment off their truck, and if somebody does not write down what they took off that truck, put on this truck, and then their truck comes back, it might not get back on there, but it's just another way for us to account for our equipment that we purchase, and we can track it. And the other thing that kind of run that cost up in there was with so much development going on, our Fire Bureau has requested an app to kind of do building plans and reviews on, and they can draw on it. Everything is coming into the department now is electronic, and they can plug that electronic request or that comes in, and they can make notes on it, and then they can send it back to the applicant. So it's just bringing us up from pen and paper to the computer age, and that just seems to be where everybody's going. The next item that really showed a big increase was medical supplies. And again, we're adding new equipment. Station 4, again, is hopefully fixing to be opened. I think the targeted date is April the 8th. But as that truck comes in, and we're going to have all equipment on it that's required by the state for us to hold our license. But in this, we need 5 new AEDs. A lot of our staff vehicles that had AEDs, as trucks came on board, we would take those AEDs off our staff vehicles and actually out of headquarters and put them on the fire trucks. But these 5 AEDs will actually get all the staff cars back with the AED. and account for the new engine that's coming for Station 4. It also is, we're probably within the next month, we're fixing to put IVs on our trucks. So there's in there, those medical supplies is an increase that we've not had in the past. And then there's going to be an increase in soft goods, and mainly it's as we put more trucks on the road, we have to put, Band-Aids, bandages, gauze, clean, this and that. But it's roughly going to go up, add about $200 a month to what we had budgeted in the past. But anyhow, all those are really mainly due to new equipment coming, Oh, we're running. All right, well, I'll let y'all, if y'all got questions, because I only picked out the ones I knew that the board might have questions on. We'll just address them one-on-one then. And I'm going to ask, if you can kind of talk, I've got an ear infection, and if I can't hear you, I'm going to lean over and Shree's going to have to kind of tell me what you're saying, because I cannot hear very well.
Okay. Who want to go? Commissioner? Yeah, Commissioner Sanders?
Well, first, Chief, I want to thank your staff for what you did in the Enclave subdivision. As you know, a subdivision with 800 homes in one way in and one way out. So with what y'all did to help save the lives in that community, I really thank you. And I actually live in that community, so I saw it firsthand. So thank you so much for that. But looking at the budget, I'm a numbers person, so I just look at the numbers. I see that we have an increase in a lot of things, and I heard you say that we're moving forward in Newton County. Newton County is growing. I'm aware of that, definitely see that. But your repair and maintenance, the increase of $85,000, can you explain to me or just expound on? It's on the first page under repairs, maintenance, and I guess that's building.
Yeah, you already did.
Yeah, that was the one that I was talking about. Is mainly the two concrete driveways at Station 9 and Station 3. We got a price of $48,000 from a contractor to come in and rip out that asphalt and put back a concrete reinforced driveways. So that was $96,000 just for those two stations.
Okay, okay. So we have now I heard you speak about the contract labor, but we have an increase of $37,000. What is the contract labor being hired? What are the specifics of that?
What it is we put in for a full-time position. We need another administrative secretary. We put it in the budget, but if it does not get approved as a full-time position, Sharia's checked, and it's going to be roughly $36,000 for a temp for a year.
Okay. And forgive me if you're repeating anything. I was looking at the numbers while you were talking at the same time, so please forgive me if you have to repeat something that you probably have already said. Under the small equipment, is that a vehicle? That's an increase from last year of $80,000. Is small equipment under where it was last year was $93,000, this year it's $173,000.
Right. No, ma'am, that is not vehicles. That is kind of updating some equipment on our trucks. But it's also, we're retrofitting a lot of our stations with like gear racks because of cancer initiatives that we're trying to, firefighter, it's proven fact firefighters have a higher risk of cancer. So Newton County is engaged in some cancer initiatives. One of them is
Fire Station 8, like I didn't.
yeah,
Okay.
well, Station 8 is, but if you've been out there, we've got that gear extractor. One thing we do is we're starting to issue all our people 2 sets of gear so that they don't have to put gear that if they went to a structure fire, they don't have to put it back on because it's been proven that cartridges will off-gas from their turnout gear for up to 4 days. So we're actually telling them after they get out after a fire, they don't put it back in the cab with them. They put it in one of the compartments, they bag it up, they take it back to the station, we wash it, and they've got another set of gear to get into. But these gear racks will help. Once they're washed, they can hang them on there. The air circulates around them. It cuts down on mold. So it's just trying to retrofit some of our stations that are not the newest stations that do not have this equipment to get them in there. But it's also to replace some furniture at the other stations. It's, kitchen tables, just furniture that wears out year to year. We usually pick one station a year and replace it, but in this year, I think logistics officer put in for 3 stations, and so it's just actually furniture, and the biggest thing is going to be we need some additional computers in some of the stations because we're doing a lot of training online now, and when you got a station that's got 4 or 6 people in it, trying to get on there and a lot of stuff, you have to sign in your name, and you have to watch the program to get credited for it so that we can keep our certifications and licenses. And it's just some of the stations got more people than 2 or 3. They're asking for an additional computer, so there's some computers in there.
Okay. And so under the vehicles, where we have, last year was 39,000, this year's 352,000 with an increase of 313,000. Is that a fire truck?
No, those are not fire trucks. Those are some just vehicles that are getting worn out, getting old. It's taking a lot of money to keep them together, but it's also with the addition to some of the staff personnel. Again, if we get the 2 inspector investigator positions approved, they've got to have a vehicle because they're on call, especially at night, on the weekends. They got to have a vehicle to respond back in on. But it's replacement vehicles and then some new vehicles for like logistics. They need a new delivery truck. Right now we got an old box truck that is really getting where it's not roadworthy, and we're wanting to go to like a transit van, something smaller, a little more economical to operate. And then our fire safety educator who goes out, he's starting to get more and more equipment that he takes to schools, homeowner associations, seniors, citizens. A lot of times he goes down and does programs down there, but he's asking, he's got equipment that he needs to be able to tow that stuff in. So we're getting him a transit van too, or we're asking for one. So those are replacement vehicles, but they're not fire trucks.
Okay.
We did not put fire trucks in there because
Okay.
just too expensive.
And my last one, because I know my colleagues have questions as well. Under another small equipment was an increase of $90,000. Can you expound on that one? That's on the last page, small equipment. It went from $21,000 last year to $112,000. That's, I think it might be under your general, let's see. It's the last page. I don't know if we have the same book.
Is that other equipment?
Chief Connor. I think the one she's looking at is in the, you know how you have 2 budgets, the regular fire and the
Yes, the
fire
second
training?
budget.
She's looking in the fire training.
Oh, okay.
What is it? I didn't hear.
It's in the training budget.
Chief, why you
Just
wait?
bear with us one second, Ms. Sanders. That's in the training budget.
Chief Connor, quick question. Are you in a rush to go somewhere? Because I would like to bring you back up so the other commissioners can get opportunity to ask you questions.
Oh,
And-
no, sir.
And you can answer her last question.
No, sir.
But I
My
wanna
day's
try to-
wide open. I got one other thing, but I know that.
Mr. Sims?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note that a lot of the items listed in the fire chief's budget are some capital projects. Here we are listing them both as far as capital, and some places have the capital listed out, so it would not reflect such a large increase. But a lot of the things that he are listing, they're capital purchases. That's why it's reflecting a large increase in his budget.
Okay. Well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring him back up as soon as we get an opportunity to. But we wanna try to stay on schedule as much as we can because we
Yes,
know.
sir. That'll be
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Thank you so much, and as soon as we get a chance, we'll bring you back up so that you can answer the
sir.
questions, okay? Thank you so much. Next, we're gonna have the Health Department. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Rona. We greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chairman Baines and other commissioners. We're really happy to be here today. I'm Audrey Arona, in case you didn't know me, and with me is Joseph Sternberg. He's our Chief Operation Officer, and also Betty Vitale, who's our Director of Budgets. We're happy to be before you this morning, and I have just a brief. We're asking for level funding, which we've had for several years with you, $187,550. But I wanted to give you guys a brief COVID update since I had the opportunity to do so. So do I have a clicker? Okay, great. So as you can see, this is data as of yesterday afternoon. Worldwide, we have over 486 million cases and over 6 million deaths now in the world. United States toppled 80 million cases this week and 979,000 deaths. In Georgia, we're near 2.5 million cases and over 31,000 deaths. In Newton County, as of yesterday, total cases, this is PCR and antigen positive cases, all positive cases at 24,533 and 396 deaths. If you look on the far right, we are in the moderate category. These are the old transmission indicators where they look at case rates, 14-day case rates, and 14-day PCR positivity. But the CDC recently sent a new way to look at indicators that's a little bit more fair now that we have lots of natural immunity and immunizations and different things. So basically what they did is change the indicators to reflect more how many cases and how our hospitalizations are, or how our hospitals are being affected. So you can see most of the country is in low category, and certainly Newton County and all of our district, which incorporates Gwinnett, Newton, and Rockdale. You can see early on the pandemic, if you look at the very first rise back in January of 2020, if you recall, that's when we really shut down most of our outpatient surgeries and everything else, because we really didn't know how to deal with this virus. And as you can see, the summer and then the peak and the second hump on the near end is really where the vaccines came out. That next one, I don't know if I have a pointer here. But the next one is the Delta, and then of course the last one is the Omicron one. So we're really happy. That's a signature curve for Omicron, where you have a fast rise and then a fast decline. So we're good with that. But what we're watching is more variants, and whether, I'm not sure if you guys are aware or not, what we have our eye on is this BA2, which is a sister variant of Omicron now, that we're starting to see. In Georgia, that variant currently represents about 39% of all of our cases and 55% nationally. Last week, it was around 24 to 30% in the nation, and so you can see the numbers are rising in our nation, and other countries are really having some issues with this, especially China right now. Hong Kong, for different reasons, they have a different vaccine that's not very effective, and also they don't cover, like Hong Kong, for instance, has a huge death rate going on right now, and that's primarily because their elderly population is not very well covered. The vaccine that they're using is only 45% effective, keeping the elderly from death. And so the United States, it's getting harder as COVID goes on and on. It gets harder really to look at patterns that other countries are experiencing and how we can kind of correlate that to what will happen in the United States. But for BA2, primarily in the Northeast in the United States right now, and some other areas, are at 70 to 74% at the BA2 right now. 8 to 10 states in the United States are experiencing high increases right now, but not necessarily huge cases, especially Kentucky, as in the last 2 weeks has 100% increased their number of cases. We tend to follow what Arkansas does a couple weeks later, and Arkansas's cases are starting to rise, so we do expect that we'll start to see some rise in this, but of course we're watching this really carefully. For vaccination status, you can see in the United States, 66% of the United States is fully vaccinated. In Georgia, 56% of the overall population, not just the eligible, is vaccinated, fully vaccinated. And Newton County is currently at 45. 50% of Newton County has received at least one dose. And, the other marker that you may find interesting is that 41% of the people who are fully vaccinated have received the booster dose in Newton County. This is a hard slide to look at, but essentially, if you look at the top right curve, that's all of COVID-19 cases in infections of COVID-19. And the black top line represents the unvaccinated, the red is the fully vaccinated, and then the gray at the very bottom is the boosted dose. So one thing that we've really come to realize about Omicron is that the booster dose is extremely important to protect people from Omicron and future variants. And so even if you look in the lower left-hand one, that's the hospitalizations, and then the deaths are on the right side. And Omicron is much more transmissible but less deadly, and that's really how viruses mutate anyway. They become more transmissible but less deadly over time. So that's just what we're seeing, but nonetheless, the booster dose is extremely important. And this, I just wanted to show you, this is our flu epidemic this year. You can see the red line is this year, and the yellow line at the bottom was last year. And that's the difference between the mask wearing and the hand washing and everything that was much better prior to the vaccination that came in January last year. So you can see the difference in just flu from all those mitigation measures that we've tried to do. So that's it for COVID, and I'm happy to answer any of those questions. In your packets, I did want to bring to your attention, by the way, the second booster dose was approved by the FDA and the CDC, so we are giving out the second booster. Some people call it the fourth dose, but I know, right? But the second booster dose is now approved, and we are giving this even today at the Newton County Health Center. Monday through Friday, people can walk in at any time without an appointment to get a vaccine at any time they want, and it is completely free of charge for everyone. In your packet, we also have a brochure that kind of explains our mission and vision and just some basic information. We have a financial sheet as attachment 1, and then we have online, and also we produce a vaccine and COVID district overview that includes all of our counties, and we gave you a copy of that. This is basically information we've given to our last Board of Health meeting, which we meet quarterly. And so this one is from January's, but this is updated every Thursday. And so if you're ever interested in the latest data, easy to go to and access that right there. Attachment 3 is the clinic report that we have in various forms telling about our patients there. And what we're seeing. We're trying to get back to as many normal services as we can. COVID's been very disruptive, but nonetheless, that's what we do. We also have a Wic Report, our Women, Infants, and Children program, which despite most of the districts in Georgia Public Health had to terminate their WIC services throughout the pandemic, but your WIC department has never shut down at all. In fact, we've had to service more people because of surrounding counties, people coming to our centers to do that. So we're very proud of our staff for being persistent and sustainable. Lastly, we have as attachment 5 our environmental health status report for you. So any questions?
Any questions, guys?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. C. Well, first of all, I just want to just say that I was kind of late this morning, but we've been kind of having meetings, kind of early for the past 2 or 3 days. And I hope that at some point in the future that we won't have so many meetings together. And it would afford me the opportunity, maybe 1 or 2 mornings sleep a little late, maybe 4 meetings in a month, but it's just something I just want to throw out there. I was informed about 2 days ago that my neighbor, she's an elderly lady who had died from Corona, Omicron, and I was saddened because she had from my understanding, we weren't like close kin, but she had had her vaccinations, and I think it's still a threat to this community. I mean, the corona. I mean, we don't take it lightly. They said the numbers are going down, but yet I know that people's in the community are still passing. So we need to, I believe the ones who want to, still wear our masks, be conscious of people around us. If you think you're sick, stay at home, get tested, and because, you know, the person that it could affect could be someone close. And I've said this several times, and my sister passed when the corona first came out. She was waiting for the Johnson & Johnson, and she wanted one shot. And she didn't live long to get that one shot. You know, she was kind of elderly, you know, had underlying issues. So don't wait. Just as soon as I can, I'll probably come over there if we get out in time, come over and get my 4th shot today. I'm not gonna hesitate, I'm gonna get it while I can, because it might be a possibility the next month or two, the funding runs out. So it's to the people my age and anybody, get your shots. It could save your life or someone you love. And I just appreciate the job that y'all doing at the health department. And I can remember all my kids were grown folks now. We were under the Wic program, and it helped us out a whole lot. Thank you. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll just, I'm sorry that you've had that. There's just so much loss. And I'm sorry for you and your family. I can tell you that our message has been consistent. We still are in the communities with mobile vaccines. We had a large incentive event that the Gwinnett County Commissioners paid for, incentive cards, and we had a lot of Newton County residents come to that too. So we're really, really pushing the vaccine and doing what we can for that. As we move to where COVID is going to be with us, yes, we're still in this pandemic, and you know, people like to dismiss it and try and get over it, but we're still in a pandemic without a doubt. We have global transmission, and that's the definition of that. But as we move forward, it's really important to protect those populations that are most vulnerable to this. So what you're saying is absolutely true. Our elderly population, those people who have immunocompromised conditions and different things, that's our move. You know, we're really trying to protect those communities, and it's hard. It's been really hard. It's been disappointing, especially in Newton County, to see it only 45% of us, right? And so, but I just want you to know that we're not going to give up on that message, and we're going to continue to push until we can get that. I think the sooner we get government out of the vaccine and put it more into the hands of providers, I think that we'll do better to reach some people who are hesitant just because of the political nature of all this. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can add in one item, you mentioned funding, federal funding may dry up. Our program, especially our immunizations program, is not dependent on that federal funding. So if that federal funding dries up, because of the money that y'all give that helps pay for the staff, as long as the vaccine is available and we can get it, we still give it out regardless of people's ability to pay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roman, for this information. And just to inform Mr. Sims, before our previous county manager left, we were working with the health department to create our incentive program. We have ARPA dollars set aside for the incentive program. So if that's something that we can work together to get that out there, because I know Gwinnett has done it, Rockdale has done it, but we have not moved forward with that in Newton. So those dollars are just sitting there waiting to be dispersed to our citizens to incentivize them to come out to get the vaccine.
Great, thank you for that. And we're ready to work with you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roman.
You're so welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't actually have a question, but I just want to say thank you, Dr. Arona, for all that you have done for our communities through this entire pandemic. Thank you for even taking the opportunity to come online with me, have a community conversation with our social media audience to kind of explain in depth what this pandemic has done and how we can work through to really protect ourselves, protect those that, like you said, have compromising immune systems, or those that or our seniors, things like that, and really explaining it in depth through the online conversation that you and I had, or you and me had. So it was great. The online community, they loved it, they enjoyed it. I got great feedback, and it was just phenomenal. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you have done and helped us guide us through this pandemic. So thank you so much again.
You're so welcome, Commissioner, and I enjoyed that thoroughly, and I would love to do that again.
Yes,
Because the
let's.
more information we get out, the more people will get off that fence, I hope. So please reach out and let me know at any opportunity. I'm happy to be there. And I would just like to say that, you know, this is a team effort. You know, I know Chairman Baines knows the incredible team that we have at the Health Department, and I just couldn't be more proud of all the work that they've done.
Right.
So thank you for acknowledging that.
You're welcome, and I'll definitely be reaching out to you soon so we
Good.
can have another online community
Perfect.
conversation.
All right.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank
Okay,
you for
thank
all
you.
that you do. We greatly appreciate you. Thank you. Next, we will have Viewpoint Health. I think Viewpoint Health. Yep, Viewpoint Health. Miss Jennifer, if you will come on up.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning,
Thank you
sir.
for giving us the opportunity to present ourselves. I'm Eric Norton. I'm the CFO for Viewpoint Health. Standing beside me is our CEO, Jennifer Hibbert. So just to let you know, Viewpoint Health, we are a safety net provider of behavioral health services. We were established under House Bill 100 in 1994. As a safety net provider of behavioral health care services, Viewpoint Health serves those individuals who have no other means of paying for these services. We continue to expand our revenue diversity, and our clinicians and prescribers are continuing to become paneled on multiple payer sources in order to grow this line of revenue. The funding provided by Newton County Board of Commissioners is critical to the sustainability of these programs for Viewpoint Health. We are grateful to have received funding since FY 2007, and we are hopeful to continue to receive the great support from Newton County Board of Commissioners for years to come. We are asking for $254,282. This does represent an increase of $19,962 compared to the last few years, but essentially what we are really asking for is to restore the funding that we have received going back to FY 2016. Back then, we were receiving the $254,282, and we understand that you did face some challenging times, and you had to make cuts everywhere. So we're hoping that now things are better, and that you can restore us back to that level of funding. And of course, as you're well aware, these are high inflationary times. Our costs are going up, but our rates have not been increasing. We clearly have challenges in terms of retaining staff and attracting the necessary people we need to serve your community. In last year, we served 2,007 individuals from Newton County. Viewpoint Health will continue to expand our services within Newton County. The funding that we receive is utilized to fund our core outpatient services. That's the mental health and substance abuse. 1,612 Newton County residents were served last calendar year. Viewpoint Health also utilizes funding to support our day program that's serving the adults with developmental disabilities. In 2021, we served 33 individuals from Newton County who are such impacted. We are a safety net provider of behavioral health care services for individuals who have no other means to pay for these much needed services. It is critical that we continue to receive the funding. We are operating in a deficit situation. We're trying not to make any cuts, but if necessary, obviously we would have to. So it's critical that we do receive the funding from you. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this might be a question for Brittany. Do we have, maybe I'm overlooking it, do we have a breakdown of what the $243,000 entails? Like what that would cover, or is that just?
If you look on the external appropriation application form that may be listed on there,
Okay.
some people listed it out, but not all the appropriations are going to be, like
Okay.
their money's not going to be just for specific things that helps aid in their operation.
Right. Okay.
Eric, can you quickly give us a breakdown of what the monies that the county contribute to the organization, what that covers?
Sure. So of this year's funding, we applied $210,000 to the outpatient center. That's for the substance abuse that helps cover the basic supplies and some of the salaries, just a small percentage. I mean, understand that our budget is roughly about $50 million. So Newton County's funding, it's a very, very small percentage,
Right.
but every dollar that we do receive is important because, as I said, so far this year, we're actually running at a deficit of almost $1.5 million. So any help that we get is critical to continue those operations.
Commissioner Sanders?
Mine is not more so a question. Mine is I want to thank you because mental health is an all-time climb this season, I would say. The government is actually putting more dollars into mental health and reform, prison reform for those who have mental illnesses versus going into the jail system. They're actually providing the mental health. So can you expound upon any programs you have for those individuals? Instead of them going into the prison system, you're actually reforming them or working with them with mental illness.
Right now, I'm going to turn this over to our CEO to talk more about the program side.
I'm sorry.
You don't want me talking about the numbers, so I'm happy to talk about, he's your numbers guy. So I would love to tell you more about a new initiative that we've been working on for about almost 2 years, is a co-responder program. And we actually have a proposal before this board for additional funding for a co-responder in Newton County. So we would love to talk about that, to bring that program to Newton County. We currently have that program in Conyers and in Gwinnett County. So I'm sure you heard a couple weeks ago that there was an I-85 shutdown, that there was a crisis situation with a Greyhound bus and an individual who was experiencing a mental health crisis. It closed down all of 85. The SWAT team was engaged. There was over 100 officers there. And our Viewpoint Health clinician responded as well. So we do have that model up and running in Gwinnett and in Rockdale. But our one clinician that has been working with the Gwinnett County Police for the last almost 2 years was on the scene, and that incident we were able to resolve that incident without any sort of incident whatsoever. Nobody was harmed, everybody was safe, and it was because we had a licensed clinician who was able to talk to the individual and ensure that they were going to be safe and that they were going to get the help that they need. So that is available. I think that would be a great opportunity for Newton County. We don't have funding for that right now. There's not a mechanism for us to get funding from the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities to cover the cost of that clinician. So that funding is coming from the counties and the cities that we're working with. So we do think that would be a great asset out here. It works. They have responded to over 300 calls, just that one clinician and one officer combined, and we are able to divert from jail and get them connected into the care that they need, because mental health issue is not a crime. So it is something that needs to be treated as a medical issue.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Commissioner Henderson.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I came over, I think it was about 2 weeks ago,
Yes.
2 weeks and a half ago, and I was just really impressed. And I think County Manager Sims, he also came over too, and I was impressed as far as what y'all were doing to that facility and the improvements as far as bringing more services to the community. I think the service was about what, 6 bed? 8. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Correct me, 8-bed facility that would help people who's on alcohol and drugs.
Correct.
And I think a nurse would be available. And so I was so impressed that when the county manager Sim came there, I said, look here, I got $1 million Arthur funding. I said, I want $200,000 to go to that particular project to help finish that project out, because I think it's very, very important for the citizens of Newton County that we complete that project and get it up and running. And I'm hoping with my fellow commissioners that we can do our end of funding as far as that program. You know, others as we see, you know, I'm willing and I would like to work hand in hand on my watch. I can't speak for a watch that I may not be on, but hand in hand, hopefully to address the needs out there at that particular facility. And it's in District 4.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that's the, to me, the bright spot. And I'm going to visit more often because there's a lot of good people, some people out there that I know, and they are good people just needing a little bit of help. And we thank y'all. We thank you for providing this service to our community.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur. Mental health is definitely on the rise, and it may have already been on the rise. We're just now becoming more aware of this community subject matter that we've got to address. I too, my eyes were opened a little bit more when I came to visit the campus, there were some things that I said I think we can really help expand the campus, provide more services. And so I too would want to be one of those commissioners that would love to partner, help in whatever capacity that we can to really strengthen what you all do at Viewpoint Health and how we can really positively impact our community from the services that you provide. And so I just want to say thank you for what you have done, what you are continuing to do, and please let us know if there is anything that we can do to help. We'll be more than happy to do that. Also, in addition to that, I don't know if Viewpoint actually addresses youth. Okay, because I was having a conversation with a resident yesterday, and she was kind of telling me how that it's increasing more amongst our youth, and I didn't realize that. And I know Viewpoint Health really deals with our adult community, but I didn't know if they dealt with our youth community as well. Can you kind of address what programs and what initiatives that you have to really help our youth that are dealing with this mental health issue?
Absolutely. And we believe part of our culture is that if we can intervene early at a younger age, then we will be able to have a greater impact on the health of our communities. So absolutely, treating youth is so important. So we do have outpatient services for kids that can come in. We do have a licensed play therapist who's also able to train clinicians and provide the supervision to offer play therapy. So all of our child and adolescent programs have access to play therapy as well, so we can really treat the younger kids, so 5, 6 years old even, or even kids that might not have the language yet to really express how they're feeling. Play therapy is the evidence-based and effective modality to treat young kids. So we have that at our outpatient clinics, but we also have a program embedded into Newton County schools. So we have clinicians in Newton County schools so that at any school, if they've got a concern, they tap into our clinicians and we can provide those services right there in the school. We don't have to worry about competing with those busy evenings where you're trying to get to soccer practice and dinner and homework. We can provide those services right there and in collaboration with the school so that we can really address some of the concerns that they have. And then we also have a clubhouse right here in Newton County. It's right off of I-20, right close to that golf driving range. I think it's called All Pro or something is right behind us. So right in front of there, we have a youth clubhouse, and that services mostly middle school kids, where if somebody is struggling with a mental health issue, they can come there every day after school, and we provide tutoring and social skill building and therapy, and we also provide weekend activities, and we engage with the families as well. So those programs are available. We also have programs for kids that are struggling with substance use. So yes, we absolutely provide those services. We also have a crisis unit that is available for children that's actually located in Decatur, but it serves the whole state. So teenagers who might be in a crisis, they can come there and be admitted and stay for a short stabilization. And then we also just opened, it's been almost a year that we've opened a crisis unit for children with autism. It's the only state-funded crisis unit for children with autism in the state, and it's located right here in Conyers, just off of Ebenezer Road. But we do serve the whole state. So children ages 10 to 14 who have a diagnosis of autism and are also in a behavioral health crisis can get services there. And it's a beautiful property, isn't it, Commissioner Chairman?
It is.
Yeah, so if anybody would like to come visit that, I know it's in Conyers, but you're welcome to come visit because we serve your residents here.
Jennifer, thank you so much. Avery, thank you so much for what you guys do. The whole team, you have a great team that cares about the community, that cares about people. So we greatly thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have economic development. Sarah. Morning.
Hey, good morning. Do you? I have a PowerPoint, or I can just do handouts. What's best? Or I can do both.
15 minutes.
I gotcha.
Whichever one.
Well, you can take this home. I'll do this.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Well, good morning, commissioners and chairman. Thank you so much for the time this morning. I appreciate it. I'm here on behalf of the Economic Development Office and the Development Authority. Our request this year is the same as the appropriation as the previous year. In your packet, I'm going to highlight a couple of things, and the front couple of slides really talk about who we are and who we go after, and then the next few slides I want to really press on regarding the two maps that you see. Since 2015, we've been really heavily tracking what's called the Distressed Community Index. The Distressed Community Index is based off of the census and really evaluates our communities as a whole, looking at housing vacancy and poverty rates and jobs and making sure adults are going to work. If you notice, back in 2015, we were in a very dark red area. It was called the at-risk area. Great news today, and here to announce that in 2021 we ended the year and now we are in the blue rate, which is now moving out of risk, out of the even in the mid-risk, and now we're in the comfortable zone, which if you're anything like myself, being comfortable is not good enough. You know, we want to be the best. We want to continue pushing and striving. But a lot of that is due to the fact of how we've put people back to work, back in jobs, lowered our unemployment rate, bought quality jobs here, and also been able to educate our workforce. The next couple of slides talk about our unemployment trends since 2016, and really previously to that, when I arrived here in the office in 2012, our unemployment rate in Newton County was over 13%. In 2016, we got it down to 6%, and then you see the spike of COVID. We hit back up closer to 6-7%, and today we're ending out in 2021 at 2.59%. The next slide, it talks about our labor participation. And as we put adults back to work, people that are actually participating in the labor force. So it's not just you have a job, but you're actively working each day, and you see that number increasing. We want to continue pushing that number above 60% or even higher. And along with that, we've seen our median household income greatly increase here in Newton County, over 34.7% to now we have a median household income of over $62,000 annually. But one of the big things about our budget and where we want to continue striving is really, and I've heard it a lot, especially from Commissioner Henderson, is we bring in jobs, we have great jobs coming here, but our people don't work here. And Commissioner Henderson, you're right in a lot of ways, because they are leaving our town to go to other places to work. We are seeing a lot of residents in Newton County leave to go to other counties, and on your 5th page, it shows you exactly where they're going. They're heading out, and so Commissioner Henderson, for you, we've got a lot of jobs that are leaving this county and a lot of credible people that are riding up I-20 and heading to Fulton, DeKalb, Rockdale, and others. taking some and utilizing the same jobs that we offer right here in Newton County, and wages and jobs that we are comparable to, but they are commuting. For many years, our community was known as a bedroom community. We did not have the industries that we have today. And a lot of what's in our packet today about looking at our budget is around workforce development and ways that we can take these citizens that are on the road each day and heading out of town and get them to work here, bring them back to the industries that we brought in, because once they're able to work here, they also eat here, they shop here, they're able to go to PTO meetings at night, they're able to go to church functions in the evening, maybe they even come to your BOC meetings, and are able to attend and not sit in Atlanta traffic. So those are huge things. As you look down at the next slide, what available jobs do we have today? Our highest area of jobs on page 5 in the last slide is healthcare, education, and our industry. I didn't put in the government, but it's equally as high that you have over 100 jobs opening between the city of Covington, the county, and as the other municipalities. But those are some of our heaviest job areas, which is why it's critical for us to bring in workforce development partnerships to be able to train our citizens to get ready for these jobs. I appreciate the Viewpoint Health team talking about getting in early. And that's our goal. You got to get into the students early. I appreciate the work that I think many of you do, go into our elementary school and going there. Commissioner Sanders, I see you all the time going to the schools and hearing them. And I think it's important that they see our faces. I think it's important that they know that they have hope here in Newton County. They have a future here as a whole. The next few slides talk about new industries and businesses coming in, and then I'll slide to the very last 2 pages, which is page 12 and page 13. In the last 2021-2022, the office has announced over $5 billion worth of new investment and over 7,000 new jobs. SKC 5G had a major expansion. I think you all are aware of Rivian Automotive coming to town. Ascend Element, which is battery resources. Cinelli Studios had a major expansion. We have 3 new hotels and 4 new speculative building units. What's to come in 2022 and 23, more expansion units from our current industries as they continue to grow and thrive here in Newton. Again, working through the workforce pipeline, continued recruitment for targeted industries, and then workforce development efforts. I leave with the last 2 slides talking about education. We truly feel that our work here in the office has to be focused around, again, getting adults to work, also preparing our youth to get ready for these hopes and careers, not just jobs, but careers, a life and careers here in our community. And if you look at the last page really shows you a lot of those efforts that we want to continue in the new year. Starting at the top, you see programs such as the Hard Hat and Hand program with Meta, which was formerly Facebook. You see Be Pro, Be Proud that many of you saw that we brought into our schools that took a sponsorship and funding for an annual cost, and then further job fairs and even panels that we're having at our local high schools and middle schools. As I wrap up and say that, a big part of our budget is through you all and representing you as we work through workforce. Again, continuing to push to make sure that our citizens are there, our tax base is stable to be able to bring in new jobs. But along with that, we also receive and partner with our partners at the City of Covington and as well as the Water Authority. But I thank you for your time. I thank you for the consideration of our budget and the partnership as well, too.
Thank you much. Any questions, Commissioner? Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Avery, for the job that you do. This is a question I always asked, is that in the major companies that we have here, how many Newton Countyans work there, have jobs there?
Yeah. So thank you, Commissioner. So if you look, it doesn't specifically stay on page 5, but I will tell you, one of the plans that we want to do coming up at the end of the year, post your budget season, is we are getting that data for you. One of the programs that we have and what we have added into our budget and we have the funding for is to dive in to understand exactly how many Newton residents work at our Newton industries. I can tell you the number is greater than we have seen before, but to get you that exact number, we're doing that. One of the things that was shocking to us, and through your ask of the data, is to realize how many Newton residents do leave our community and don't work at our residence. We see a lot of people working at our industries, especially in Covington, that are coming from Jasper County, Butts County, Morgan County, Henry County, that are driving this way as we have been driving further to Atlanta. And so hold tight. I've heard you, and that's one of the main reasons why you see slide number 5 and everything you see around jobs, because we are hearing your cry about where are we getting our people to work these jobs.
And I'm just going to close with this. I have my son, my youngest son, who recently graduated from Georgia Tech, and I'm telling you, and he has a business management degree, and he's still working towards his master's degree. And you know, he's working. He has to go to work because now he's out of college, and he's a coach at Greene County. And you can't find a job, man. I mean, it's a lot of, talk. But from my own perspective, and out in the community, they just can't find those jobs. And I think that, I think taxpayers in Newton County invested a lot of money. A lot of tax abatement, in other words, and I think at the very least, we're not getting that much taxes from them, but at the very least, I think they should be insured our children's jobs.
Yes, sir. Thank you. One of the, and let me say to that, you're exactly right. It has not been as easy for us to get jobs. It is very difficult in ways. Gone are the days that you look at an ad in the paper and can pull up a job. We have worked with industries, and a part of our programming is saying, how do you get a job when you're using your phone? Many of our residents don't have computers. Many of our residents don't have the internet access, and this is their way to the internet. And if you're filling out multiple applications, if you're placing things on your phone, that's very challenging. And do we have forward-facing opportunities? Also, we just met recently with the warming shelter, trying to get residents in and understanding you have to have an address to get a job. So we helped with residents there figuring out just P.O. boxes and getting them ways to figure out how can we get jobs in, and I think that was critical. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. We increased the budget last year by $60,000, and as you can see, Newton County holds the budget for the JDA board, or IDA board for about economic development by 52%, while the city of Covington is 33% and the water and sewage is 33%. So Newton County has a large investment in the industrial development board, economic development, but I think we did a resolution is under IDA. So as Commissioner Henderson stated, we're giving a lot of business incentives that are not coming back into Newton County. Even with Parks and Rec, funding various things, there's nothing coming back into the county, but we're giving a lot of tax breaks that the citizens are not seeing. So that's a huge issue for me. The other one is transparency. As we know, you and I had the conversation. Many businesses are coming into the community. Commissioners are the last one to find out. I understand NDA, I know all about NDAs, but commissioners need to have some type of transparency because we get blamed for it. We get blamed for everything that comes to this county and we know nothing about it. And that's the other issue. If we're paying almost $400,000 for something, we should be able to receive some type of information. The other thing I believe we should be having is a town hall with all of the citizens here in Newton County informing the IDA board what they want to see come to their county. Because there's a lot of things that are being duplicated. We're constantly getting Dunkin' Donuts and various things. And like I said, I'm from New Orleans. I love Popeyes, but I don't want to see a Popeyes in my community. That's just point blank. So there's various things that these citizens do not want, but they're being forced to have these things in the community because we're not listening. And with us paying $350,000 and 52% of the budget, this is the taxpayers' dollars. They need to be involved in all decision-making. I know they can't be involved in everything, but we need to be able to inform our citizens of various things. And as Commissioner Henderson was stating about his son, this is somebody with a college degree about to get a master's. It's not somebody who's homeless or does not have a phone. So if that's the issue with someone who's educated can't get a job at some of these companies, then that's a huge problem if our citizens are not getting hired at these businesses that we're giving tax breaks to. So those are my concerns.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sarah, for doing such an amazing job and for really helping take our economic development department to the next level. I think it is a great thing that us as leaders to really begin to look at how we can partner with your department to really help advance to the next level. I want to say thank you for allowing me to even tag along and be a part of the meta event that we attended for the Junior Achievement facility, and really learning how that facility will be able to help our youth, our 6th graders, our 7th graders, really understand how data centers work and how they collaborate and partner with the remaining portion of our community and all of the businesses within our community. I think hopefully if one day we can get one here in Newton County, that would be excellent for us to have, and that will be an additional investment in our community as well. I want to also say thank you for the previous community conversations that we've had together, where the online social media citizens and residents were able to hear you, hear from our economic development team, hear from our chamber president, be able to ask the questions that they want, and you be able to answer those questions as well. There has definitely been an issue in regards to what type of retail that we bring into our community. I think we are on the cusp of really being able to address that concern. I even had a conversation with Mr. Sims, he may recall, with that. And so I believe with our county manager, our economic development team, this board, working with you to kind of help figure out how we can strategically bring in the type of retail that we desire. And I think we can work together as partners to really make that happen and come up with some creative ways on how we can really build our community and make it a great place for us to live, to work, and to play. And so I want to say thank you for all that you do from your department, and just know that I continue to support economic development. Being the vice chair of the Community Economic and Workforce Development Steering Committee with the National Association of Counties, I get an opportunity to listen to monthly calls from communities all across the United States. And we all have our weaknesses and we all have our strengths. But what I am learning is that we want to build and focus on our strengths and not focus on our weaknesses. So when we look at, even from a SWOT analysis, we look at our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats, we can now take those things and build and make it a great place to live. So I want to say thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our time has just expired. We greatly appreciate you. Thank you for coming and presenting your budget.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, we left one off, Newton Trails. We're gonna go ahead and let them come, Newton Trails. Guys, thank y'all for being here today. Greatly appreciate it. You guys have about 15 minutes to present today.
Okay.
I don't know if we...
Well, hopefully we won't take 15 minutes, because I
Okay.
know that I have been on your side of the dais, so
Thank
I
you.
know what it's like to toss and turn all night for a week to try to figure out how you're going to make a finite amount of funding serve your citizens. And so we brought you a snack, as well as a little brochure for you. And in your snack are a couple of rubber frogs. Please don't eat the rubber frogs. But they're there to remind you that the frogs are out and our trail is open for spring. My name is Linda Hanna, and I sit on the Newton Trails board. This is John Keck. He's one of our board members. And Cynthia Egan is our other board member. We are a 10-member board. We're an all-volunteer board. We are unique to the state of Georgia and to the United States, as most trail systems are owned by local governments. This trail system is owned by a nonprofit. So Each of our board members puts in about 40 to 60 hours a month in developing, planning, building, and maintaining the trails in Newton County. The estimated value of our labor is about $100,000 a year if you had to hire somebody to do what we do. In addition, we just added an advisory board, which we're very excited about. They're going to help us with our marketing, and they're also going to help us with trail development as well as fundraising and so forth. Our overarching vision long-term is to work with our partners, which you are one of, and our stakeholders to develop, build, and maintain a public trail system across Newton County that connects neighborhoods and communities throughout the county and to connect to trail systems beyond our borders. Your packet has a list of our board members, some brochures, and a summary of our request. Our request is $613,000 for the purpose of renovating the Alcovy River Railroad Trestle Bridge. We have completed the Cricket Frog Trail, which is our first initiative from Mansfield to the bridge and from the bridge to Covington. By renovating the bridge, we will have a contiguous 14.2 mile trail that will take you from Covington to Mansfield. By providing funding for this bridge, in addition to connecting the trail, it'll also allow us to pivot and look forward to moving the trails to the west. You've partnered with us and with Porterdale on the Yellow River Trail, and we're starting to move that way. But we would like to, with the growth of the county, be able to push that way a little faster. Expanding the network of trails will allow us to connect to Rockdale County. That would be one of our major initiatives. By connecting with Rockdale County trails, we can become part of the greater ARC, and we can access ARC funding, which is a huge funding pool. It'll allow us to access additional federal grants that we now can't access because we don't have those connectivities, and additional state grants through GDOT to make those connectivities. Also, you know from your National Association of Counties meetings and your ACCG meetings and your ARC trainings that trails promote health and recreation. Over 30% of our county is obese, and now it looks like latest statistics we got yesterday is closer to 40. So when you provide a trail system that's convenient, people can step out, get exercise, get fresh air, and improve their health. It promotes tourism. A lot of people go to the Silver Comet Trail because it's a longer trail. So they bring cycling clubs come and tourists come to be able to walk that trail. Silver Comet Trail is owned by that county's Parks and Recreation Department. So it's a huge boon to the county. Economic development, again, I go back to what I've heard at ACCG meetings, it drives economic development. You bring trails, businesses come to support those trails, particularly the higher end businesses and local entrepreneurs, and that drives residential decisions to come settle in our county. The second biggest reason people pick a county to live in is trail systems. So it is a huge, increases property values, attracts developments. We're working with a number of developments, the one at the Oaks, Cedar Shoals, the one over on the bypass. They're going to develop trails that will connect their neighborhoods to our trail system. It helps with the environment, provides safe way to move around. A lot of schools use trails. Their science departments will go out there and take the kids on the trail. And the Cricket Frog Trail, in case you don't know, is named after a frog that lives on the trail. So you can actually hunt the cricket frog if you want. The third page in is our investment and our planned investments through December 2021. We have a number of partners, including Newton County. We've put over who along with us have put over $3.2 million into the trail system. That's not labor as much as it is actual hard costs. Our partners, our governmental partners, have provided us with materials and equipment and the mechanism by which we've been able to construct trails. And that's what we want with our ask for the Alcovy Bridge. And most of that's been indirect. And what I mean by that is we've put together an MOU to work with you, and your departments drive the boat on that so that you're in control of the quality of that. We're getting ready. We've got an MOU in place between Newton County and the city of Mansfield to do spring paving. Mansfield's going to pay for the materials, Newton County's going to provide the equipment and labor, and we've provided the engineering and gotten the roadbed ready for the trail. So it's a partnership. It's a collaborative.
Ms. Hannah, let me, you have 5 minutes, so let me see if any commissioner have any
Oh,
questions.
sure. I'm sorry.
Guys, y'all have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Henderson?
Thank you. You were saying it connected to the city of Covington. Where about? You saying that the trails would, at some point, connect up to the city of Covington?
Yes.
Where about?
Oh, well, the Cricket Frog Trail actually starts in Porterdale, comes past City Hall, where we just opened the Bright Indian Creek Bridge, goes down to the bypass, and heads towards.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. That's what we've gotten done so far. And the city of Covington played a big part. They actually maintain the trails inside the city. Our board maintains all the trails in the county.
And reason why I said that because Nelson Hike, we are partnering with the city of Covington to extend those trails into the inner city too as well. And we think it's great, and along the river beds and stuff, and a little bridge going across. I mean, yes, it's great.
Yes, that's.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Sanders, I'm sorry.
I believe someone from your department contacted me in regards to our, Congressman Hank Johnson provided funding for the trail in District 3.
Right.
And I think they wanted to connect the Cricket Frog Trail with the trails that's gonna happen in District 3 that's gonna connect to Rockdale.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, well, without getting too much in the weeds, and we have offered to come do a work session before one of your meetings to really get in the weeds and show where all these connections are. But the Yellow River Trail and the Turkey Creek Trail are part of that, and it will connect and push forward through the Fairview area and on to
All the way up.
Rockdale.
To Rockdale.
Yeah, that's
Awesome. I would love
part of what.
to connect, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And also money was provided to Oxford to push that
Yes.
trail out.
Yes.
And we've got an invitation, and we're working on it now to apply for additional funding through Hank Johnson's office for the next fiscal year.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Guys, thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate everything you do so much.
Thank you. Next we have CASA. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning. How is everybody today?
It's in your hand. Welcome.
Alrighty. Do I have my timer?
I'm watching right here.
Oh, okay, you're watching, okay. I'm not used to it. So Brian's being nice enough to pass out some information for us. So because of COVID, I haven't been able to come and speak in person for a good long while. So I wanted to say, yay, I'm back in the building. But just a little quick reminder of who CASA is and what we do. We recruit community volunteers, and we screen them and we train them. They do 30 hours of classroom training and 10 hours of court observation in Newton County, and then they are sworn in by our juvenile court judges to advocate for the best interest of a child who's in foster care. Some statistics on the first page kind of show you who we are and the amount of amazing work that we have done, our volunteers have done, and the amount of children that we have served in our counties. And the second page is from Georgia CASA, and it shows just kind of a larger picture of how supporting one staff member supports up to 30 volunteers, and usually that averages out to about 75 children. I'll get back through it because I wanted to show you guys the pictures from the from our new space. We want to thank you for our new space. We love being out at Geiger Street. We love being in the Old Cousins Middle School. We really appreciate all the effort and the work that you guys allowed us to put into that, to have that space. As you know, because we came from downstairs, our offices were very limited. We were very grateful for them and thankful for them. And now that we're in this space, we've been able to do so much more for our kids and have big plans to encourage more growth in that direction. Because of the enlarged space, we're a better community partner because we have the space to be a better community partner. In the eyes of the law, CASA is the best guardian ad litem for children that are in foster care. They prefer a CASA volunteer over an attorney because that CASA volunteer has individual time to build that relationship, to build that support with our children. And our children's parents as well are able to usually get more services because we're advocating for those services as well. We have been a partner with Southeastern Psychological Association, SEPA. We do a holiday help with them. So we target teenagers in our community that need our support. So ones that they work with, ones that we work with, a lot of those overlap, to make sure that they have holiday gifts when their family celebrates that holiday. We have been able to partner more with the Monroe Arts Association and they have donated boxes to give to our children that are just kind of a support and encouragement. They have some fun things in those boxes to kind of keep them busy if they need to, because I mean, everybody who's a parent knows you got to have some activities in your pocket at all times to keep somebody busy. But also it has like a letter of encouragement and support in there for the kids as well. We have partnered with the health department and the partnership, and we host the space. We don't provide the training, but we host the space for them to safely 6 distance feet apart provide Narcan trainings for a variety of community members, which is saving our community's lives. And so that's what we have currently done. We're still definitely in a pandemic. We're still definitely being very cautious and careful about having folks in the building, but we're able to ease up as we look at local numbers. But we're also looking at increasing our services because of the space that we have. We are looking at creating a community support room. A lot of the folks that we work with, I'd say 95% of our population came from poverty. And a lot of times when families are reuniting or when a child comes into foster care, I personally don't know, even working in this world, if you handed me a child today to take home with them, like what needs do they have? What things do they need right now? So we're going to open up a community resource room for our foster families, for those family members that step up to take in those children, aunts, uncles, the neighbor, whoever is able to stand in that gap for those kids. So if they need cleaning supplies for their house, if they need hygiene items, diapers, wipes, all of those kind of non-perishable items. And when you're returning a child home, frequently they're in a better financial situation than when they came into foster care, but it's still very iffy. Studies tell us, not many folks are not just a few paychecks away from being in the same position that they are. So we want to help support that child going back to remain safe. And if we can provide, household cleaning supplies so they don't have to put that on their budget for the month, that's a big relief for those families as well. Especially when you still have defects coming in. They're like, well, why isn't your house clean? Like, well, I kept the light bill on. I didn't get the cleaning supplies, but I kept the light bill on. We'll help in those things. The most exciting thing we're able to do with our new space is we are going to create, I called it a visitation room on my sheet. And I know we don't have a name set out already, but a family support room. Frequently when children are able to visit with their families when they are in foster care, those families are meeting either in the community, which sounds really nice in theory. Like, we love when they get to play at a park, right? But frequently it's not safe to be out in the community at a park because you don't know what other family members are going to come in and change that dynamic and make it unsafe for everybody involved. So sometimes we do visitations in a McDonald's where there's a play area or a Chick-fil-A. And if you have any experience with young children, doing 4 hours in a play area once a week isn't going to work out. That is not quality time that you get to spend with your child. So the space that we have has this very large open room. I think it was the school library once upon a time would be my best guess. I figured y'all would know better than I was born and raised in Rockdale County, so I never went there, but it's a great room. I have spent hours with a psychologist trying to figure out how we can make that room specific for family bonding, for quality time, and provide a lot of the services that she does, which is working on bonding assessments and making that a better space available. Currently, the best space that we have for bonding assessments is at the psychologist's office, and even that room is very limited. It's just a small space. There is no place in our community that offers this, and it's desperately needed for our families. The biggest hope that a family has of regaining custody of their children is to spend quality time with their kids. It's not rehab. It's not housing. It's not those things. That is what is going to motivate those parents to do those things, to do those supportive things, to get their regain custody of their children. But without that quality time with their children, they don't stay motivated. So they give in to the drugs. They give in to the poverty. They give in to all those things that we're all working in this community so hard to help. So this community's Visitation Family Quality Time Center is going to be huge.
If you don't mind, let me, because we're running out of time, so let me allow the commissioners to ask questions for a quick second. Commissioner Sanders?
It's not more, what is the question? But I want to thank you. Last year, you actually walked me through the whole entire program and told me what you guys did, so thank you for that. And I have the honor of being on the National Health and Human Service Task Force.
Great.
And just to let you know, there's more dollars that are now being put into foster care. But I want to work with you all because one of the things they talked about on our calls was foster children, when they are transferred or exit out of the system, or they have to transfer from one foster home to the next, that they don't have suitcases and so forth.
Yes.
So I want to do a suitcase drive with you to where we can have the community that has old suitcases, we can donate that. I don't know if you have space for that, so they would have something to be able to exit out the program and not going to school and being embarrassed with bags and trash bags and putting all their items in.
Yes.
So if we can connect on that and work on a project to be able to do that.
Absolutely.
But
In our community, we have already done a lot of that, but we could absolutely use some support in that area. But you don't have to reinvent the wheel on that.
Right.
We've
Good.
got a lot of really great support already, which speaks highly of our community.
Thank you so much, but I
Thank
thank you
you.
for all that you do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson.
Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I had the opportunity to kind of look at the space myself and how it was newly renovated and painted and looked real nice. And I'm very proud of that space for Costa. How many kids, I mean, I won't take a long time, but how many kids is under y'all care?
So
if that's the right word.
There's multiple ways of saying that. So I want to give you the formula, I guess, is the best word, to make sure it's understood. So Alco v. CASA covers Newton and Walton County. The way CASA is organized, we cover judicial circuits, and we cover our full judicial circuit. In Newton County, there's roughly around 100 children in care at any given point in Newton County, and we're covering about 50 of those children right now. So we're still hard and heavy recruiting CASA volunteers to cover those other 50. In Walton County, there's 200 children in care, and for a variety of different reasons, we're definitely not supporting the percentage over there. We're not at halfway mark yet, but we're also working with that community as well to create more volunteers. However, with the Visitation Center, it wouldn't have to be a CASA case. Like, even if we couldn't make that happen with a CASA volunteer, they would still be eligible to use that space. One thing I did want to mention, though, is it came to my attention on Monday that I applied for SPLOST money to work on this visitation room and to get some of these things in place. And it came to my attention that this is part of the building that is being looked at to be torn down in the plans. And I would really like to say, please don't tear down our building. I know you guys have put in so much money already to renovate what's currently there, but without this space, we can't do the services that are currently planned to do. So we're definitely on hold until we find out if our building is going to be torn down and if CASA has a home to go to.
If I could just add in the last piece of my question.
Sure.
I think we should instead of tear down, I think we should find a way to add on to that particular building and have more space for the entire community.
Sure, absolutely. I love the mission. I love the vision of making that a community center, working with so many of our families that deal with poverty, having them kind of in a one-stop shop to get those supports is brilliant. It should absolutely happen. In other communities where they've done it, it's worked
How can
well.
I volunteer?
I'm sorry?
How can I volunteer if I can?
You have my card, you call me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Also, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you when you walked up. This is Liz Pope. She is my board chair and came with me today for extra support. So,
thank you so much.
in the packet, you'll see our renovated space and some of the things that we have already done. There's some great pictures in there of that. And some of the furniture that's been in there, I don't want to go over my time too far. A lot of the furniture that was donated specifically for that space, or we have purchased for that space. But I gave everybody a card. If you want to come see the space, there's only 4 of us in the office, and we're frequently in court and doing other meetings. So call me, text me, email me, but please come by and see it. It's a really amazing space. We'd be very happy to show you around. And it's you have to come back. It's better. It's significant. Well, when you came there, I was just sitting in the chairs waiting for the internet company to come out. So there was no work happening in the building at that point. But thank you so much for all the work that you guys do.
Thank you as well. Thank you so much. Fire chief. If we can get the fire chief to come back up right kind of quick. Chief, can you come back up? Yeah. I'm gonna try. We got like 5 minutes. If you would, you want to answer Commissioner Sanders' question, and then we'll let Commissioner Mason ask his question.
Yeah, Commissioner Sanders, we were able to, that was under the training budget, so that was a different budget. But that is actually for the training division to get specialized equipment for some special training we have to do. It kind of is going to be with our high angle, low angle rescue, some equipment we got to have for pulleys, ropes. It's also to help support the dive team, which will be getting some specialized equipment so that they can keep ongoing training and certifications for the dive team as far as dry suits and regulators and dive belts, this and that and the other. So it's just additional equipment that they need so that they can support that function of our department, keep those guys trained and certified.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for all that you do. Thank you all for being one of our major first responders. The work that you all do are phenomenal. I just had a couple questions. You may have addressed a little bit of one of the questions I asked. It's centered around education and training. I'm noticing that there are 2. There's one under County Fire Service, and then there's another under just fire training alone. So what is the difference between those? Because I noticed the one under the County Fire Service, education and training, there's a $15,000 ask or increase in that one. And then under fire training, education and training, it's a $135,000 increase ask for that one. So I'm trying to understand what is the difference between those 2?
Really, I think the one under the general is kind of admin, is our training that we have to go to, seminars, training classes that our admin people, our investigators, our fire safety educator, our inspectors, that kind of comes under admin, so it falls under our budget. And then the training is the guys in the field, it's guys that's in suppression. So Chief Lumpkin, any classes that he puts in for our guys to go to, I know one of the big ones, we usually try to send people, 10 people to FDIC every year, which is a national training conference, and so that's where those numbers come in, but it's technically suppression and administrative.
Okay. And then I saw another one under buildings, 2.5 million. What is that one?
All right. That, I think, is kind of been pulled back, is what Brittany and I have been discussing. We're going to try to put that under a SPLOSH program. But probably about a year and a half ago, the Forestry Commission decommissioned the Rockdale Newton Forestry building up here on Excess Road. The chief ranger came to myself and at the time County Manager Kerr and asked if the state had no use for that property in that building, would the county have a use for it? I said yes, because actually in one of our proposed plans, we were looking at putting a fire station kind of at the Fairview Coral Road intersection. The county had 4 acres right there that at one time been deemed a spot for a fire station. But when that facility became available, I took Jeff Prine, the county's project manager up there. We looked at it. It needs some work done, but it's to convert that into a 24/7, 365-day operational station and open a new fire station in that area. But I think I got a phone call while I was out of town to let's pull that out and put it in the SPLOSH project.
Okay, so it's a possibility that that one may not be in the budget. It may be a part of SPLOSH.
Yes.
Okay. I think that was the only questions that I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
And I'll get Commissioner Edwards questions and we'll get them asked. 'Cause he left for the day. He may be coming back, but, so we'll get his questions and we'll get them asked to you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a blessed day.
McIntosh Trails, if you would, please come on up.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good morning.
And please excuse me, I was just called to come, so just explain to me what I need to be doing. She just asked me to step in for her. She had a medical issue she had to take care of this morning.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here. McIntosh Trails is one of the organizations that reach out to the county for appropriations. Normally, they will come and present their budget and tell us what those funds are allocated for, and the commissioners to get opportunity to ask questions about where the county funds are going to. But if you're not prepared to do that today.
Oh, I'm okay.
You okay? Okay, well, cool. Let's do it. When we're ready. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm okay. Okay. So Ms. Elaine explained to me that this is for a community support grant that the county usually supports our program with. The previous year's grant was used to purchase a riding track. But of course, in the area where we were putting the riding track, it also needed a play structure. So we had to get a smaller size. So we're in the process, of course, with COVID. Things have been delayed. A lot of stuff is taken. If it's supposed to be 4 to 6 weeks, it's probably gonna be at least 3 to 6 months. Okay. So we're waiting on that to get redelivered. But for the upcoming year, the community support grant, we wanted to use those funds to create a lending library, to where, since we serve the neediest of the needier families in the county, and we start with birth to 5, as well as moms can apply while they're pregnant, we want to try to get it to where we can put literacy in every home of every family that we serve. So we want to create a lending library where the parents can check out materials and have access to a book that they can keep for up to 2 weeks, and then they would just sign it back in.
Okay. Commissioners, y'all have any questions? Commissioner Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I want to say thank you.
You're welcome. How you doing?
I am doing well. It is so good to see you.
You too.
Thank you for what McIntosh Trails, the asset that you add to our community for our children. I didn't really know about McIntosh Trail until last year when I was invited to come to an appreciation service for Judge Horace Johnson. Mm-hmm. And so when I came to that event, I got a chance to meet you along with the staff.
Yes.
And of course, you all start asking me, do you have kids? I'm like, yes, I have 4. And I was like, one of them is getting ready to go to pre-K. And you was like, what? He should take advantage of our program.
Summer program.
And we put TJ in your program,
yes.
And he loved it. And it truly prepared him.
It does.
Now, being in kindergarten. As a matter of fact, his teacher always talks about how intelligent he is and how smart he is. And I contribute some of that to what you all did to prepare him in that program for kindergarten. And so I want to say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I want to be a major supporter of McIntosh Trail. Get the word out there to let more people know.
Please do.
That your program is there, what you provide, what you can do. I am a living witness of what you can do now. I said, let me test them and just see if it really is what they say. And I can truly say that TJ has really, he has advanced so much in kindergarten. In kindergarten, just from going through that course, preparing him for kindergarten. And so I want to say thank you. And let's get the word out so that more people can take advantage of that summer program.
It
Thank
works.
You, it does.
And I want to say it works because I'm a product of Head Start. Wow. I was a student of Head Start. I went to Head Start. My girls did. But I think the whole premise of Head Start is when you take families in, you don't want them to get complacent. You want them to level up. So I tell anybody, I went to Head Start. My kids went to Head Start. But the goal is that you level up. So my grandchildren, I don't plan on them being eligible for Head Start because you have to meet income guidelines. You don't get complacent. You take the opportunity, you grow from it, and you make sure you reserve that spot for somebody else coming along.
Right. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Ms. C. Well, first of all, and you're right, you're 100% right. I didn't go to McIntosh, I was too old, and it didn't exist, but my kids did, my grown folks who are grown now, my grandchildren did too as well, and that's a very good program, I'm telling you. And I'm very honored in the building that you're in now. I thank Mr. Johnson, the bondsman here in Covington, came to the meeting and he was telling about he had found this place that was bigger for McIntosh so that they could serve more people in the community. And I'm proud to say that I was one who supported McIntosh in that particular building. And it's been a great benefit to the children in the community. And I just want to add, it would be nice if it was in District 4 because I think I only got about $100,000 or $200,000 less that I haven't committed in my Arthur Fund. But I know this certain commissioner still got $1 million that he may want to contribute more to help out McIntosh and what y'all doing over there. And I'm gonna just say this in my close, Mr. C. Every one of my kids went to that program. They went to it free. They didn't charge us a cent. And they were above average grades when they went to the regular schools, including my grandkids. Thank you.
And the support is important because the federal government only gives us 80% of our funding. The other 20% has to come from support, from our parents, our community, because I think the premise is if you want us in the community, you'll support us to help us stay there. So yeah, we need that 20% in everything that's done. And it's not just cash dollars, it's volunteer hours. It's coming in, reading books, donating stuff, like you donated the book bags. All of that goes towards our in-kind 20% that the federal government requires us to match.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so
You're
much for being
welcome.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are y'all good with me going back now?
Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. I got you. I got you. Uh-huh. Y'all want to break? Or y'all want to keep going? Yeah, keep going. Y'all want to keep going? Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep going. Family Connection, Miss Laura? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I know it, right? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
And I'm so glad to be here again, and I thank you for including us and inviting us. And I'm fairly new here. We've only been partners with you since 1998. Some of you may not have been born yet. I was 12 at that time. But I am Laura Bertram, and I welcome Mr. Sims, who's here, and I'm so glad to see what are old friends and good friends. And I actually, because I have a tendency to go off schedule, I have a very clear agenda, so you should be through in a timely fashion, which should give me like extra points, I think. However, when you open up your folder on the first page to the right, it is the outline of our work. It's a lot of work, but it's all done in one page. We raise community capacity, and we use volunteers to do that. And our work is to deal with health and wellness and school success. You can also see that we're one of the 159 collaborative leaders within the State Georgia Family Connection Partnership, and that we are charged by both the state and the county to advocate for and to improve the health and well-being of our children and families. Our strength really is in our small size. We are small enough to be flexible and yet directed enough that we can work with organizations as large as the county commissioners or the school system and the courts to facilitate the collaboration we know that works to improve results for children and families. And if you look on the first page, you'll see, I used to call them grapes, but they're spheres of influence, our logo to the right, and that is because there are really 3 staff members now at the Family Connection, but each one of us touches people from every sphere of influence in our community, from the government to the social services to the individuals. And so we have committed to 3 new initiatives. You are funding actually the salaries for us to plan and work on these initiatives. The first one is Unite Georgia, and you'll see it's a 2-page description, but very quickly, it is an online platform to streamline communication and supports between agencies who are helping families. It, for the first time, will create a single point of entry for a family in need, and once they fill out whatever they want to for information on their paper, they can then be referred to housing, food, medical, education, anything that we have to offer, dog care maybe. And also that we can build strategies for families that will impact them for years to come. Okay, the second handout is Resilient Northeast Georgia. We have been invited as a region to participate in a trauma and to participate in building a trauma-informed community for the whole state. These are being started all over the state of Georgia. We are in Region 5, which is our partnership with DFACS, and what we're doing is we're establishing a strong regional network of partners and resources and implement approaches to trauma that are tailored to specific needs and resources that are localized to our own community. And that's really important right now because you have seen, and I'm sure you've received the phone calls at 2 in the morning saying that people are out of work, their children are sick, they're sick, they can't take care of their children. This will actually help address the effect of trauma on those families to keep them moving forward. Our goal is to kind of keep our parameters narrow and just keep families strengthening and being empowered by a whole system of care throughout that. The next is really, I said that there were 3 initiatives. Those are the first 2, but I want you to know that the third one involves a book-rich community at the Housing Authority, and Cassandra Brooks, who was just here before me, is one of our partners in this. And we are working with the Housing Authority, which got awarded by the National Book Foundation a grant to establish a book-rich community, and we are going to be the builder of that book-rich community with them. And so what we are doing is we are partnering to support and build literacy into their everyday practice. We're going to reinvigorate our parent activities, parent mom and me activities, or dad and me activities, family events, all with literacy building capacity. And we're going to partner with the library to get them more engaged in going to the library, probably field trips, because they don't yet have cards. And you have to go to the library to get a card. So and with the school system is a very active part in that as well. So that is a book-rich environment, and the reason why I have that as the last is if you flip over our return on investment to this county, which, as you might notice, is for every dollar that you fund the Family Connection, this community and the families you help empower receive over $1,500,000 each year to build that community. And the whole reason is what's behind it, which is the little picture of Junie and Miss Pat. And that is, we have since 2007 been intentional about uniting diverse groups of people to address common social ills. And we believe that 1 Newton is the framework under which we must work in order to remain strong and thriving in Newton County. So we thank you, Chairman, for your work. We thank you, Commissioners, Ms. Sanders, for your work, Mr. Sanders, and Demond Mason, your work with the census. We were the bomb. And Brittany, your continued steady advice. Thank you. And Waka, who kept it all going. And JC, who had the first passion for family literacy in Newton County and started the literacy club there at the Nelson Heights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Henderson.
It's more of a comment, and you're 100% right. And that's why we, you know, now that the pandemic is it's not over, because we just had a report. It's something that we may have to live with, but we're going to try to make sure that the kids start coming back and that they're safe. They have to be safe. And so a literacy program, in fact, we already got the materials and stuff to start that particular program up that we've donated. And I don't want to just maybe steal all the thunder from my son Anthony. Thank you.
But I will tell you this, we firmly believe that literacy is our major tool to improve equity in this county, amongst our families, and in this country. And it has to start 0 to 5 with the whole family.
Thank you.
Amen.
Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. Greatly appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would y'all like to take a break, or would y'all like to go ahead and go with CID? Keep it moving. I love it. Ms. Morgan, if you would, please come on up. CID. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Nice to see all of you. I do want to commend Commissioner Sanders. When I was at Hank Johnson's office and received the Trailblazers Award last week, I did notice your grant that you received from his office. Yes, and since grant writing is a large part of what I do, I commend you. So. Also, Oxford received a grant as well for their Drive Indian Creek Trail. So thank you for having me today. I'm here to talk to you about the CID. I sent a request in. We have a simple, I never have a simple request, but we have a simple request. We've received the grant to begin phase 1 of the CID from exit 90 to Emory Street. That will include 2 roundabouts and an intersection improvement at West Street, a median down the middle. It will also PE is what we've started, which is the preliminary engineering or the final engineering. And we started that. We received our grant in December, and we started the work on that in January. In February, we've set the RFPs out, and we hope to award that contract this month. Well, it'll be April, saying that. But so we've started on phase one. We also have a grant for the right-of-way, which will follow up in 2023 as soon as we finalize the PE and it's approved by everyone. We do have another grant in the evaluation process for utility relocation and for construction to follow that. GDOT has programmed the work for their construction. They're in their PE phase right now as well. We've timed everything so it'll be a twin project for us, and we expect, we hope and pray that construction will start on their phase in 2024. Ours will follow at the same time, and we'll have phase one completed by 2026, maybe into 2027, depending on delivery of supplies and weather. What we're here asking for is we've hired a project manager for this project to assist Trace at the City of Covington. Jimmy Garrison is with Thomas & Hutton. He's LAP certified traffic engineer. Trace is an LAP certified traffic engineer for the City of Covington, which y'all have as well with Chester Gaither. But we just felt like the administration and the oversight of this project is so technical now that we needed the extra help in order to be sure that we've dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's. Because if you don't follow through with every step of the way, you can lose your funding, and then we're on the hook for monies that we don't have, and we don't want to do that to anybody. Y'all have committed dollars to us. We want to be honor that commitment to you and be sure that we have followed all the compliance that's necessary in order to bring this project into fruition completely. We've also been notified that we've received the grant for PE for phase two, which goes from Emory Street to Hospital Drive. That will drop in June, and we expect that work to be completed by November of next year. So we'll immediately start to work on that. This same project manager will assist us in administrating that as well. We've asked that y'all commit $30,000. Project manager is estimated to be between $80,000 and $100,000 a year. And we've asked that y'all commit and appropriate to us $30,000. The CID will pay for $30,000, and the City of Covington will pay $30,000. That when we begin phase two, that will add about another $30,000 a year, and the CID will pick up that cost. So we will begin there. Why is the CID important to you? Since we started this process, and we have increased the property values on 278 by 30% overall. That includes the hospital values. Without the hospital values, we have seen an increase in property values exceeding 24% for just the businesses along the corridor, and that takes away the residents and the hospital, which is not part of our taxable income. We also have seen the jobs go up, where we see the payroll and fees and other things that attribute to our county is in excess of $3 million for 278. We also have seen that the difference between the property value when we started in 2017 and where we are for this year, that we have brought direct tax increases to Newton County to exceed the appropriations that you have made for us through those years. So it's not been a per year. Now we're at a per year, but overall added together, we've exceeded the money you've appropriated us. So we think we're offering you good value for a return on your investment. We are, the phase one project is a leveraged 8-to-1. May potentially be 11-to-1 by the time we've completed it. And phase 2, I've just programmed 5-to-1 leverage until we get some commitments from GDOT on safety and operations. I will tell you that we've recruited properties to 278 and to Covington, Newton County. Bobcat of Atlanta chose their parcel. They were looking at several sites on East Atlanta, and one of the reasons that they chose Covington was because of the CID master plan. We have a new hotel that has been permitted and is breaking ground next to Longhorns that will start. And that's not reflected on the tax information that I've shared because that won't go on until it's complete and the CO is issued. Are there any other questions I can ask you about what we've done? And
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Kathy, for the wonderful work that you do for our CID. Is there or are there any plans to possibly have an additional CID in Newton County, possibly even on the western side of the county, because we are in the process of widening Salem Road? Would maybe after that project is widened, is there a possibility that we can maybe even look into having a CID on that portion of the county as well to kind of do some of the same enhancements that we're doing off of 278, we would be able to do off of Salem Road once it's widened as well?
I think that's an excellent place for another CID. You have existing industries there. Getting those people on board is going to be a challenge. The CID had a team that came on board before they hired me and brought in a group of people that they funded to do that. But I do think that that's an excellent place for a CID. It's another commercial location, which I think is only going to grow. And I think it is a great way to get private dollars to match city, well, it won't be city for you, it will be county dollars there to help fund some of the changes that you need to make. Salem Road, Brown Bridge Road, I think you should look at Kirkland Road, some of the other alternative or auxiliary highways that come into there would be an excellent idea. I know that funding your projects on that side of the county is there's not enough dollars in the budget to fund all the road projects that are needed in Newton County right now. And I know that that's a real concern for all of you. So yes, that's something that I would be receptive to. I'm not sure if it would be the same CID, if you would start up another CID. I'd have to talk to my board about how they feel about that. But now that we know what the process is, it's definitely a doable thing. Yeah.
And do you think that could take place sooner, or would we have to wait until that widening project is completed? Because I know
I think the sooner you do it, the better.
Okay, so we can probably even start looking at it prior to that project even beginning construction.
Oh, yeah, the CID, and I mean, since you know the project's going to take effect, the dollars are already awarded there. The CID would enter into making sure that you got the alternate paths in place and the landscaping and that sort of thing. I don't know enough about the 162 project to know what all is included in there. I do know there's sidewalks included. I'm not sure if there's a trail, but you know, yeah, I think it's very doable. It's getting those property owners to commit to pledging the dollars they would need on top of the taxes they're currently paying. That's a difficult thing. I do believe once ours is done, people are going to see the results and they're going to say, we want one too. That's what happened to Gwinnett County. It started out very small, and now they have 6 in Gwinnett County because everybody wants a CID in their commercial area. So I do think it's something that y'all should look at. I will say, most of the other counties fund their CIDs or fund their staff or some portion of the CID. So it is consideration that you have to give, because especially the way the Newton County law is written, we've capped our millage at 5 mills. So there is, Cobb County will go up to 26 mills. And that's the way they put in SunTrust Park, or Truist Park now, where the Braves are.
Right.
They paid for that with the CID. Most CIDs are capped at 5 mills, and most of them are in the 4 to 5 mil range across. And I do have a report I can give to y'all on all the CIDs in Georgia. We did a survey last year and put the information together there. We are one of the smallest CIDs in the state, and we are doing phenomenal work. It does take, from the time you initially apply for a project with GDOT on a state or federal highway, let me back that up, it usually takes 12 years before you're appropriated a grant. And we did it in 5 years, so that's phenomenal. And that's just because Newton County is a great county and everybody wants to be here, and we're all doing wonderful work. So, you know, I would love to say it's because of me, but the reality is Newton County is a great place.
It is.
So.
It is. Thank you, and I'll definitely follow up with you in regards to that to see what we can do to begin to work towards starting a CID on that project as well on the western side of the county.
Yeah. I'll be glad to talk to you about that.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. C. Madam former chairman, I'm gonna get it right. It's always good seeing you, Ms. Morgan. When is it projected to end?
When is it projected to end?
Yes,
My appropriation request, is that what you're asking? The CID will go into perpetuity as long as the property owners can choose to stop the CID every 6 years, I believe it is. They vote to continue or to stop. They have to continue until whatever projects are on the books are completed. The appropriation from the county will be here as long as we have a federal grant. Because for us to get a federal grant, all the local governments have to contribute. And so that's the reason we ask for the appropriation from y'all for matching dollars. And as we grow and the tax dollars increase in the CID, you will see our numbers requests from you lower. When we started out, y'all were 8% of our budget, and it's now 4% of our budget. And as we increase our property values and the buildings increase along there, and as we grow, that number will decrease. Phase 1 should be completed in 2026 or 27. We're hoping they'll roll right into Phase 2. That should take 3 to 4 years. And then we're hoping they'll roll into Phase 3. And again, that should be, I would say maybe 5 years there. The thing that's helping us right now is the IIJA funds that has the new transportation dollars that have come forward. There are more dollars available than there have been in the past. And our project reads like textbook for where those dollars should go. So that's one of the reasons that we're being considered for both grants at the same time. And
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else, guys? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate you. Guys, Washington Street is scheduled to be here at 11:30. So we're going to take just a quick restroom break until they arrive. Thank y'all. Guys, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene back in, our budget, work session. It's time for Washington Street. Guys, if you guys will come on up. Ms. B, your team. Yeah. Thank y'all for being here today. You guys are, there's been 15 minutes time frame given for you guys. I'm gonna ask if you would, I will let you know when we got about 5 minutes left so the commissioner can ask for questions if they have questions. But we greatly appreciate you being here and thank you for all that you do.
And we thank you for the invitation, and more importantly, we thank you for the opportunity to be here to present to you this afternoon. Thank you, commissioners. We love you. You know that. We're Washington Street Community Center, and with me today, of course, is a member of our board of directors, Dr. Melvin Baker, you know, who's been with us since my beginnings, and Ms. Carolyn Hightower, who is our finance director and special projects director, who help us keep the churn rolling. So anyway, I'd like Dr. Baker to have a few words to say to get us started.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, Mr. Sims, nice to meet you. On behalf of the Washington Street Community Center Board of Directors, the staff, the volunteers, and the kids we're privileged to serve, we'd like to thank you for your past support, and we could not do what we do without you being there. Just a little short story. I started school at Washington Street School in 1954. And while I was there in second grade, we had what we call a rhythm band. And that rhythm band was just made of little drums and cymbals and something. But I had the privilege of being named the director of that rhythm band. And so the story goes on. I went on to high school, and I was in the high school band, finished high school in '66 and toured Europe for 30 days with School Band and Chorus of America. Came back and went to college on a music scholarship, went to the Navy, dental school, and came back and practiced dentistry in Covington for 38 years. And during those 38 years, I was a part of the community band here in Newton County. And during that time, Mrs. Adams and some other community members established the Washington Street Community Center. And that center was there to help support education in Newton County. And I was curious, because since I had a past with Washington Street, so I went to go over there and see what was going on. And I was impressed with what was going on. And since that time, I've been on the board of the Washington Street Community Center. The things that happened to me back there was life-changing. And I found that since I've got there, and up to this day, we are still doing life-changing things in our community with the kids there. Washington Street has an excellent program. We do what we said we're gonna do, and we do it at a very high standard. And we couldn't do it without your support. So we thank you, and we are gonna continue to do what we do, and we're gonna continue to support the kids in our county at a very high standard with your support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Baker, and because he gave you guys a real great history about Washington Street, and I know that for the most part, you are all familiar with the Washington Street Community Center, so I won't spend time trying to tell you those things that you already know, but have given to you some paperwork that will back up also what it is that we say. And as you look through some of those documents, I'd invite you to take a look at the comparison report as it comes out from the Department of Education and the 21st Century State of Georgia statistics that show you that Washington Street, and it is the highlighted pink copy that you'll have on in that packet that shows us where we stand, and we stand strong among those who are also involved through the school system with the Washington Street Community Center. And we're proud of the work that we do there, and we know that we're helping to meet those challenges. However, you guys have helped to position us to move the center forward in this 21st century by allowing us the update that we're having presently on our facility. And we could not be more over the moon. And we're looking forward to the completion of that project, which we hope will be very soon, and that you will all accept the invitation for the re-grand opening of Washington Street Community Center. And we especially want to give support to our Commissioner Henderson, who has supported the projects and programs at Washington Street and has helped us to leverage the funding here at the Commission for helping us to continue the work that we're doing. So we're here today to appeal to you for the new year. We think that we are good stewards of the funds of the county and that we provide excellent quality after-school care for our children and their families. And to that end, we are requesting a minimal increase, we feel, over our 21 and 22 budget requests. And this year, our bottom line request is for $46,750, which is 17% of the total operating budget of the Washington Street Community Center. And for that alone, I feel that the center should be given recognition as well. So we're here to appeal for your support as we move forward in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all that you do again. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Henderson?
Well, first of all, just thank you, Ms. Jackson and Dr. Baker, for coming with such a good presentation. I mean, it was a terrific presentation, short, but like what you said was we all know what Wash Street is doing and what it has done in the community and what it will continue to do in the community. And we're all proud of that. And like you said, you know, we all will continue to support Washington Street Community Center.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Sanders.
Again, thank you so much. Echo Commissioner Henderson for what you do. I'm looking at your enrollment, and I see that you have set approximate enrollment, and it's kind of over. So with the new structure build out, would that help with the amount of students that you have to register? Because, like, for instance, from Clements, you were over by 7. And is going to be enough space for the kids to be able?
We are certainly hoping that it's not going to really help to increase because we haven't increased the size of the facility. Okay. So therefore, we are going to apply. It is our intention to apply for an additional phase to complete that center so that we can build it out. Because I know that what we have to offer, it would be great for so many kids in Newton County, and especially in the community where we live and serve. Well, and also all of Newton County, because kids can, in fact, attend. It doesn't matter about their address as long as they're Newton County residents. But to answer your question, we are rethinking how we deliver programs so that we can, in fact, serve more. It may mean that we have programs, whereas it's my desire that the after-school program and homework help and assistance, that's one thing, but I think we can do more than that. We've shown through some of those programs and things that we offer, and especially as we move into the 21st century, we want to do some other things, which is, for example, to be able to have a robotics program that any kid in Newton County who'd like to attend can do that. To be able to have coding and some of those programs that interest other children and they have other needs of interest, as well as those kids who need homework help. So that's our goal, is to be able to introduce more programs so that we can serve more kids, and that the after-school program will always be the cornerstone of what Washington Street does, but we can do so much more.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. B. Thank Washington Street. Thank all of you, Dr. Baker, you all for what you do and the value that you add to our community for our children. I believe that if we invest our time, our talent, as we say at church, our 10th as well, because you sometimes always have to put your money where your mouth is and your finances to kind of help support that. I think we can really take our children to a whole nother level and really make them to be, help them to become the great citizens that they will be in the future. My question was kind of almost along the same lines about the expansion and things like that. Has Washington Street ever considered a satellite location?
We have not. I think our focus has been that of expanding where we are because we had a base that was already there. And I wanted to go back to your question, which is could we serve more? And when I talked about those programs offered, then they'd be offered on off days, Saturdays, nights. We have a huge day space that's virtually gone unutilized. It's my desire that may not be children, but maybe some of the parents of those children who can come for work preparation are beginning to do returning some of those skills that's needed, especially as all of this new industry is moving into our county. Somebody needs to be able to help educate our families and people who are in need of jobs and good paying jobs to be able to be job ready for those. And I'd like to be a part of making that happen. So yes, I care about kids, I love them, but I see a community that is in need of a lot of other things to take place.
Well, if I can add, possibly, maybe something to consider. Maybe having, an additional location where you can add those additional programs. It may be some children or parents that may not be able to get to this particular portion of the county, but would like to take advantage of those services, transportation issues, things like that. And so maybe if we consider in the future.
We certainly would with the resources.
Right.
To
Always
come with
have
it.
to come with the resources.
With the resources to come with it,
Yes.
of course.
Yes.
And actually, I could see other Washington Street community centers
That's right.
that come through other communities that may not be as well off, or even as Washington Street. Right. We're just kind of fortunate where we sit and where things are located, but we certainly could. I think there's a lot of need out there, and I'd like to be a part of trying to make a difference.
And I think what you all offer is so phenomenal. It needs to be shared with more. And so just throwing that idea out there of a potential satellite location or another second Washington Street would be amazing.
We'd be delighted. And but my finance director, I know she's back there saying, yeah, don't be But anyway, yeah, I think that we take the challenge if we had the resources to support the ideas that we want to do.
Well, thank you for considering that.
And thank you. Did I see you? Okay. Thank you so much for having us again.
You're welcome.
You guys keep thinking of those things and, give me a call. I'm sorry.
Because I know everybody was dealing with COVID, so how did you guys?
Oh, wow.
Because I know we talked a lot, and I wanted to make sure the board know. How did you guys survive through COVID, and what did you do for the kids, and how did you keep them going?
Boy, we got very creative and realized that we had kids that were out there that really needed some help, and that we needed to make sure that we protected a little bit of what we begun. And we didn't want our kids to fall behind and not be able to achieve the success that they do. And that has also impacted our numbers today, by the way, and they're still not where they need to be. But we refuse to not engage in the programs that we have to offer. However, to answer your question, we went virtual, and we had some outstanding programs. We had kids waiting in the waiting room for 2 hours because they were ready for the after-school program to begin. But I was even amazed at the creativity that my staff really, because that's the people who kept it going, who made it possible, and we introduced all kind of neat things by way of Zoom. I mean, even down to virtual field trips. We did that, and then to also know that we have a issue of food and hunger in our communities. We set up deliveries, drive-through deliveries every Friday for parents to drive through and receive a week full of snacks. It gave us an opportunity not only to fulfill helping our children not be hungry, but we also took care of those siblings. So if there were siblings, we didn't just take care of that one kid that we might perhaps serve. We took care of all the kids that were in that family, and they just thrived. It gave us an opportunity to see the kids, too, on occasion in the drive-by. So it was neat. I was surprised. Even on Fridays, they showed up, and we'd have to shoo them offline so that they could get ready to come through the drive-through. So we did. We just partnered. We reached out, and we partnered with people who were doing similar kinds of services and programs for children, and it was amazing. And I was really impressed even about the outcome.
Well, we greatly appreciate you guys and all that you do in the community, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
loving our kids.
If anybody has any questions about any of the financial information, right now you can reach me. You might want to write down a cell number because the phones are not working. But you can reach me at 770-317-3996. That's my cell, and I'm the finance director at Washington Street for the grant program, everything.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson had another question.
Ask any questions.
Well, yes, and and I think, the food issue is a very good one because, here at Nelson Heights, we also deliver food. In fact, with the partnership with the two churches there, we deliver boxes of food, and just as you said, we would see the children too as well. But we also set up an academy, that would reach out to more kids and help people get their GED too as well. We had also, and we had wanted to, I think we had talked a while back about partnering as far as book drive, as far as giving kids books and stuff to read. So we had partnered with Scholastic Readers, if I'm pronouncing right, and they gave us a whole lot of stuff that they wanted us to go into the community and give, and they was thinking in terms of our friend that come on Channel 5 who read the stories and give the kids the books. And so that we were doing that too. But unfortunately, due to COVID, some of the kids, family members, had died. And I know recently, Miss Thompson, I think I was talking to the other lady, she had passed, which is kin to some of the kids in there. And so in order to not have the risk to bring the kids over, we decided to just, until the COVID numbers went down too as well at Nelson Heights. But what we did do, we went on, we started renovating inside and trying to do certain stuff in the community center, which I don't want to, like I said, don't want to steal all the thunder of Henderson is coming a little bit later. And I think he'll explain it more extensively. But yes, you're right, he was hungry.
Yeah.
And we believe in feeding one family at a time, the whole family. We believe in reach out to as well. And we also included a piece of ministry also in there as well.
And we'd appreciate the opportunity to partner with Nelson Heights anytime. It's sort of part of the family. It's the first satellite that we ever had.
Yeah, we have talked about that over and over again.
Yes.
We just haven't had time to sit down and talk about it.
We have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
Guys, we have Nelson Heights at 12 o'clock. Where? Right here? No. We got Nelson Heights, defects, and the homeless shelter. And then the sheriff. I don't, either him or the homeless shelter, one of the two, the sheriff or the homeless shelter. For what? got an owl. Sheriff got, sheriff, the, road, deputy, the jail, west side, east side. So he got about an hour. No, we can just where I wish. So we got a homeless shelter in Nelson Heights. DFACS, sheriff got thing with sheriff. He got all the precincts and the jail. So that's what I was by. So. I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for being here. This long. I appreciate y'all for being here this long. No, this is it. This is it. I mean, because without this, you can't do nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, so. It is. I think DFACS is a young lady, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Huh? Oh my God, man! Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you something. I have this, but I've been through the book one time, and I don't want to go through that again. So I just be quiet, but I'm okay with the dancing. I just don't know if she was of age to be in that particular game. But she loves it. She getting all age. To be able to stay in that thing. 11. And man, they all over the place. Virginia, Washington, D.C. They everywhere. Every weekend they dance. I'm serious. Every weekend. They getting ready to go to Tampa. I mean, everywhere. Oh man, it hurt my heart. It hurt my heart. Hey, when she come out, when they come out of the back, come a month go to the meets and stuff. So yeah, Yeah. Yeah. I don't know that. So every time when they come out, my mama always grab my hand. She knows. She knows. Man, I let my other girls. Oh, they be calling me tripping big time. Man, what you doing? You didn't. I mean, 'cause I let them do that till 16, 17. Well, she's a lot older than Baker, so yeah. So I mean, I can see that a little bit. But man, let me tell you something. It gets quiet in my house. I mean, I'm talking about a lot. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow. All day, all night. Every day, all night. So Bailey's upstairs. All I hear, boom, 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 in the music, boom, boom, and she dancing. She doing backdrop. I'm like, you doing backdrop on the yard? Girl, stop. That's great. Oh yeah. Already doing a whole lot more than that. I'm like, man, you seen that yet? Hurt my heart. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, man, it's something, bro. It's like to see. Oh, I got a thing. My thing is, I don't do, like I tell all the time, I'm funny like I'm funny. I check my older guy. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. I told my wife, they got anything to do with my daughter. They got something to do with these jokers out here. Yeah, predators. So, boy, you all in my house. Let me get out. Why you in my house, boy? Oh, man. Where did Jarvis go? Okay. Yeah, where did Jarvis go? Yeah, guys, we took that quick break and we are back. Next on the agenda is Nelson Heights Community Center. Mr. Anthony, if you would, please come on up, sir. We are, if you would, could give us some highlights, and I'm watching the clock. We get actually commissioners about 5 minutes, we'll allow them to ask questions, sir.
Oh, most definitely, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Testing, so live.
Yes, thank you for being
So
here
I think
today,
I
sir.
recall, well, good afternoon, guys. First, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to be up here on behalf of the Nelson Heights Community Center. I think Chairman Baines, you talked about as far as giving open remarks for commissioner asking questions.
You can tell us a little bit about the program, a little bit about the acts that you guys are asking for, and about 5 minutes left. We'll let the commissioners ask questions.
10-4, got you. All right, my name is Anthony. I'm actually the CEO of the Nelson Heights Community Center. I passed you guys actually a package pretty much about us. You can follow me according to how I note my package. So if you turn over to the following page, you'll see that it kind of states who we are as a program and what we do. I think maybe yesterday I do recall an email, questioning about our operations and how we operate, why we're not operating, et cetera. So I'm on the first open. Do we have any question about our operations? Do anyone have any concerns? Anything anybody wants to know? I mean,
you can get aboard whatever information you want to give them, and we'll, like I said, with 5 minutes left, we'll let them ask questions.
Gotcha. All right. So first, Nelson Heights Community Center, we are an educational support organization dedicated to serving and encouraging the youth, young adults, and seniors in the community. Our goal is to develop programs and events by which area residents, community empowerment, and improve the quality of their economic and social participation in the community life. That's what we stand for. We do have a current after-school program, and many think that it's not operating. We actually are revitalizing it, meaning that we were making additions, improvements to our facility. We now have a commercial kitchen to where we have a program pending that can actually enhance and help us distribute more food out in the communities and also help feed kids in that area. So that's a big reason why we kind of at a standstill. But we actually have meetings planned within the next few months. We'll actually bring back pretty much our program and kick live with our after school, with our summer program starting in June. So just to kind of get that up and running. So in the past, we have created many events as far as job fairs. We have established, we completed 2 job fairs at the Nelson Heights Community Center. Then COVID happened. As you all are aware, I think we all are finally getting comfortable and moving past that stage. Then we had an add-on addition, the Kids and Cops event. As we all are aware, I think due to COVID, it's a lot of people have more time and a lot more things are happening than usual. And so the whole point of that event was to actually minimize and try to build, create a better relationship with law enforcement in that community. And I talked with my chief because I partnered with them, and we're actually in the process of starting that back up again this year. Next one, when the past year we have hosted Juneteenth Day, but I think they have improved the event and moved it to a neutral site, which can benefit the whole county. So also what we have now, we're trying to create better now is cleanup events. As we all aware, the county and the city were struggling. Trash, debris, right-of-ways in areas. So it's going to take a collaborative effort for everyone actually to participate, and hopefully we can resolve the matters. So those are some of the things that we had to have as far as the program about the Net Science Community Center. Next, as you can turn, it talks about a little bit about how we were spending the money that was appropriated in the past year. Last year, we requested $38,000, well, I think $39,000, and you guys granted us $38,800. So currently in the first stage of this 2022, if you can follow me, we have received a total amount of $2,500 for rentals. And when I say rentals, I mean like events, community events, church programs, et cetera. So that is addition of revenue that we have bringing in monthly and yearly through the community center. From the county, so far, we only received $9,699. If we do, eventually receive more checks, that number will go up. For donations for the month of this year, we only received $2,500, and that was addition to help us to actually improve that commercial kitchen that we have now at the Nelson Heights Community Center. And as you go down, you guys can kind of follow along with the insurance. These are all the numbers, things that we're spending, for the building, vehicles, et cetera. You can go down to wages. We actually we kind of reduced spending on wages, due to the commercial kitchen and due to the program, trying to revitalize it and things like that. Then we go down to the computers. You can see all the amounts. I think we all can see like what we spend. You can kind of follow along and go down and see all the amounts that we're spending as far as for this year. Let's go to 2021. For the time of July the 1st up to December 31st, for rental, we receive a total amount of $8,225. And money received from the county, we only received $19,399. And as you can go down, you can see that it's be larger amounts of what we spent due to the amount of time that we had the money in our account. And so you see the same thing like insurance, wages, computers, security system, technology and net services, vehicle transportation, utilities, pretty much everything's in front of you of what we spend in. So if we do get down to the net profit, for year 2022, right now net profit is $5,042.97. If you go down to 2021, from July the 1st to December, that amount is $8,225.11. Now, if we do receive the checks as they're supposed to go in monthly, we should end up having $9,743 to spend on things that we appropriated for the following year. As you can turn that page, you'll see that what we're requesting this year. One thing I learned about our program, it's always growing, and you can always improve it, in any way of any perspective you look at it. And so what I'm asking for is additional staff members. I'm big on trying to get youth and millennials involved. I have a crew that I reached out to. They're very into the community. They do numerous hours of communication. They want to help out our current director who we have now, and to hopefully improve that the program as far as marketing and many other things we can do with it. So I'm asking for additional assistant. Also, I'm asking for a security guard, and I say security guard, not necessarily protecting or watching the building, more so to be up there watch and monitor the kids, while the courts and other additional amenities are available to the community. Because I think a lot of times, right now it's open, and we have kids coming from morning to, nighttime, and quite honest, parents tend to send them up there, hey, go up there, leave the house, and so we need to make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, and also that it's safe as possible for everyone in that community. Second, for security cameras, right now we have cameras installed near the basketball court, also around the whole facility as well. So we're asking for that $1,000 for that. Communications, we want to definitely improve our marketing. I think that's one of the biggest issues that we have is marketing. A lot of times we have a lot of things that goes on and people don't know about it. But we're having these things. So I think if we can do that with communication, we could do things like signs, more marketing online, creative videos, et cetera, to kind of improve that, input on that. Next thing is transportation, kind of self-explanatory. Utilities. Now, as you all know, we're dealing with inflation. An average utility bill for the community center average from $500 to $800 a month. So what we budget here will not cover all of that. And so we have to use things like rental and donation to actually cover more of the utility costs. food supplies, we asked for $2,000, but with the program that we're trying to start up, that is pending and proven, they will pay us for actually giving out food to underserved people in the communities. So what we spend, we can actually get it back and hopefully invest in the program or invest back into the community. So that's one of our goals with that as well. The rest of the things, the basic thing, maintenance, now our responsibility is to maintain that facility, upkeep it, keep it clean, et cetera. So we definitely need that amount for that. And yeah, pretty much in the summer program, $2,000, we plan on kicking that off in June, as I reiterated in the beginning. So we are having a meeting this upcoming May, and so we plan on starting early in June. So if you look at that, the total amount would be $45,000 and 0 cents. And that's what we're asking for you guys. It's an actual $6,000 increase from last year.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Ms. C, and I'm gonna do my best to stay in my lane. But a question I want to ask, I know that at the community center, because I visit frequently, and I know that, you know, like for instance, because it's the kind of playground equipment where you have to use the mulch, you know, the kind that the right kind, not the kind with the iron in it, not the kind you put around trees, but the right kind. And the price of it is $2,100 in order to have it put out there. And so when I've asked the recreation, they've always told me that we would have to pay for that. And I'm still trying to figure out why we had to pay for a replacement of it. And that's not our building. We just manage the building, make sure the children have somewhere to play decent, make sure they're safe, have security cameras. Make sure that if they're hungry, that they can come and we'll feed them. And I think that's the main emphasis of the program, is because the children are in underserved areas, because 98% of the kids in the community, they have to, they receive free or reduced lunches. And they most time they talk of, if they go home, they might not have nothing to eat. That is what we're doing with the commercial kitchen, is to feed those underserved children and adults. So they will have a place they can come eat. And so that's why we will be asking, and running with our author funds, I guess the remainder that I have already promised out to somebody to feed that community and set up a food bank too as well, so that the community will be able to come and get food on a daily basis, and to serve that community in Newton County, and whoever may need some, as long as the money lasts, as long as we can receive donations to feed the community with a food bank that desperately needed in that particular area. So I said all that to say this. So what are your future plans as far as the community center?
Well, quite honestly, my personal goal is just to, at some point, is to not to use taxpayers' dollars. I'm trying to put myself in a position where, you know, with our nonprofit and just personally, to be able to fund that the best way we can with our own personal dollars. So that's just something I personally want to say. But it's obvious, you know, what my stand is and what I want to do with the community center. I want to make it a place for everyone, no matter your color, ethnicity, your beliefs, whatever. And it's not my fault the location is where it's at. So if you're not comfortable coming there, whatever, you know, I encourage you to visit Nelson Heights Community Center, I mean, on your own hours or whenever you can get a chance. There's a lot of things that goes on out there. Quite honestly, I think a lot of the confusement and messages that's in the community are for people who don't step a foot inside the neighborhood or never visit the facility, never reached out to me, never asked, can I help you? What do you need? It's outsiders looking in inside that has no understanding of what's going on inside the facility. I have a plan. You know, to be honest, if you really wanted to be, you know, competitive as to other programs in community centers, I ask for additional assistant member. I have people in line who can not to be cocky, if not equivalent, but a little bit better than what we see now. I mean, I have people that can really get things done. So I just know my plans are and what we already have going on. It's going to be a place that everyone can enjoy, and it's definitely improve that community from every standpoint you look at it.
Yeah, we got a little time for one more question. Any questions? Wow, we beat you, but we got two. No, go ahead, Mr. County Manager.
Well, thank you for your presentation, sir.
Mm-hmm.
This is new for me. This is my 4th week, and I kind of want to know more about the program.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned about it's a county facility,
Mm-hmm.
so I had a question about the maintenance, and
Mm-hmm.
then I had a question about the commercial kitchen you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Was the county involved with that?
As far as the process,
Yes.
the county was not involved in that process. We actually, on our own funding and on things in the budget, we utilize that for that. So my understanding, we didn't have to aware the county of any addition and any upgrades to that facility. It just maintained it pretty much.
You done?
If I could.
No, Commissioner Sanders.
Okay. Be updated on that.
I'm gonna be quick. I just want to thank you for the service in the community. I am a big advocate for having resources in underserved communities. And so having this in the community, I've actually been to some of the events y'all have invited me to with the kids. I've seen y'all feed the children in the community. So I do agree. Sometimes the talk is from people who don't step foot, and that always happens. People are gonna always say things, but when people stop talking about you, that's when there's the problem. Let them keep talking and keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much.
So, Commissioner, so we're gonna do the same way we did with the fire chief, because we don't wanna run over nobody else's time. If you can hang out just for a few minutes, I'll bring you back up where Commissioner Henderson can ask you a question.
You got a question for me? Or?
Yeah, he does.
All right.
Yeah.
So am I good to go?
Can you hang out for just a few minutes?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
All right. So I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you back.
So I need to leave and come back?
No, just hang out right here for a quick second.
Oh.
Yeah. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Next we have DFACS up. If you would please come on up, please. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hi.
And we turn it over to you.
Oh, okay. So I'm Kenya Wooden, and I've been at DFACS. I've made my year in the office. And so when I did the paperwork for the funding, I didn't ask for increase in funding. I asked for the funding to remain the same.
Excuse me.
I can take the mask off? Okay.
Or can you talk in the mic also?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so what I was saying was that I've made a year at the office, and it's been a very long year. It's been interesting, and so this whole budget thing and trying to figure all that stuff out is new to me. But I try to purposely be a good steward of money, and so there's like processes, like when staff is coming to ask for money for certain things, I ask a lot of questions. Just to make sure that we're not just putting money places and then next month you're gonna come and ask again and come and ask again. I always try to make sure that there's a plan so that we don't have those type things taking place. We work for the state, but I work for the county, right? So ultimately our role is to provide safety for children that are in this community. And DFACS as a whole, Newton County DFACS, regardless of the DFACS, really wouldn't work without support from the county. Ultimately, our role is to make sure that this county is taken care of. We currently have 97 children in foster care. When I came in, it was about 122 kids in foster care. So my goal this last year was to make sure that children only need to be in foster care when they need to be in foster care. And so my ultimate goal was to have it less than 100 kids in care. And so we've maintained that so far. I don't control necessarily kids coming in, but I work really, really hard to make sure that if they are in our custody, they have to be in our custody. Right now we have about 51 CPS cases. But overall, that stuff fluctuates as cases come in. And we're working with 33 right now families in the family preservation unit. And in that unit, that's where we have identified that there are some safety concerns. There are some risk with children, but it doesn't rise to the level where we want to remove them from the home. We want to work with the family and try to keep the family unit together. I always tell people that's that real, true social work. It's like, it's liability because you know that there's a concern, but you're in that home, you're putting resources in that home to really work with the families. Sometimes we do still end up having children come into the foster care system from that program, but if they do, that means that we have exhausted everything that we can for that family to keep those children safe. The way that funding is used in situations, a lot of times we have families that do step up to the plate, a grandparent, an aunt, an uncle that want to help. And so we do kinship with that relative, but they don't have funding at day one. So they have to go through an approval process. We try to get them approved as a foster parent. And so in that interim, county funds are used to help that family, whether that child needs aftercare, child care, clothes, beds, whatever. We try to do that to try to prevent kids from coming into the foster care system. I'm still learning the whole budget thing and how all the things work. But I express gratitude for what you all provide because I don't think as an office we would survive without it, and it would directly impact the children of the community. Some of the funds is used for staffing. So we are, DFACS, and anyone that knows, is always understaffed. That's the nature of the beast, right? But the last 2 years is something I've never seen before when it comes to staffing. So for an example, I have 4 positions that has been posted going into the 2nd month, right? I have received 7 applications for 4 positions. So getting staff on right now is hard. And it's to the point where through county funds, I've been able to get a PRN worker. That's a part-time temp worker to come in and help. But we are desperate at this point. And so right now, with your connections and the people that you know, if you have anyone that is in school for social work, psychology, or anything like that, and they want to get some hours in over the summer, I am more than happy to bring them in to let them train. Right now, they're doing something different that I haven't seen the state do since I've been employed. When we have, right now, it's that interim period, graduation is May, and so you really can't apply for a job because you have to have a degree to apply for the job. Where now they're doing it right now where I can have people to apply that I know that are graduating, that are seeking employment. I can go on and let them apply to get the ball rolling so that when they do get a degree in May, they can start. So if you have anyone that you know that is seeking employment in this child welfare field, let me know. What I have observed here as a need for this county, we're dealing with a lot of delinquent children, right? So ultimately, the foster care system is designed for children that are abused and neglected. But we're having lots of cases where it's kids with sheer behavior problems, where their parents are not able to control their behaviors and they're ending up in DFACS custody. Well, DFACS don't control behavior either. And so I feel like we really need something in between DJJ and DFACS to where we are really pouring into these kids because we're going to end up losing them. So I had a meeting earlier this week with DJJ in the juvenile court, but if you all have any input or thoughts or want to meet with me outside of this forum to discuss that, because in this county, I started at DFACS in 2003, and I have never seen the number of children with mental health and behavior like I've seen since I've come to this county. I've never seen it like this. So that would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do. We do understand your pain because we face those same pains of trying to recruit people. But I do want to open it up for the commissioner. We have a few moments. Commissioner Sanders, you raise your hand first.
First, I want to thank you for the meeting that we had last year, and you broke everything down to me. And one of my appointments, she is very active and keeps me updated with your meetings. And she was like, they need more money. Y'all need a van. So my question is to you in your budget, because I see it's been the same for the past 4 years. And listening to her, and she provided me information because I meet with my appointments and they tell me what's going on in various departments. Is this funding enough? Because I know y'all have a van that's operational, am I correct?
It's not operational right now. We're working, trying to figure out like what needs to be done to have it fixed, to get a price for it to be fixed. So I haven't gotten that yet.
Okay.
So like I said, I'm new to this. So to be honest with you, when it comes to funding, and I was looking at the budget, because there was funds, you know, like if the funds are not used, it rolls into the next year, right?
Okay.
So there are funds that had not been used some of the prior years, right?
That you have, okay.
So my thought process was I wouldn't ask for more money because we didn't use all the money the last time. So I would want us to utilize the money effectively before asking for more money, because I don't want to, I don't know, I just don't want to ask for money if the money hadn't been used.
Okay.
All of the money hadn't been used.
Okay, perfect. That's good. I was just making sure because I know she tells me about your meetings and some of the things y'all need. So I was just questioning, was it enough for you? Okay. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation today and the work that you do in this area for our community. You talked about the employment opportunities. How can we, as the Board of Commissioners, know about those opportunities? Do we need to go to a website? Are you able to send those to us so that we can send them out to the community as well?
Okay. Well, the website is dhsjobs.com, and I will ask about sending it out to you all so that you can have it out in the community. Because it is a great need. And I always tell people, for me, it doesn't matter how many degrees a person have. For the work that we do, you have to have a heart for it. It's actually a calling, it's not a job. And when people, what I've seen, when people view it as a job, they don't stay and they don't do well. You have to be vested in the families, invested in being a servant. And I feel like that's one of the main struggles, right? Is everybody want to make money. And in this job, we're never going to be rich. We're never going to be paid for what we do, but you have to have a heart to just do the work. And so that's ultimately what I need. I want someone who has a heart for helping people. And it doesn't, you know, everybody that needs our help don't come asking for help, right? So we're in their face. And so sometimes it is uncomfortable. It's having the hard conversations. It's getting cursed out, getting doors slammed in your face. But you still do it because you know ultimately the family needs it. But I will get that information to you.
Yeah, we'd love to have that information. So if it can be sent to us, maybe even a digital flyer or something stating, we can always utilize our social media platforms and all the, you know, our email distribution lists to actually get the word out to help you in that area as well.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got one? Okay. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. C. Could I have your card? And I believe my representative is James Russell.
Russell?
Yes,
Russell.
it's my representative. But could I have one of your cards, please?
Okay. I didn't bring
Or
a
give it to
card.
him to give to me. That'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay, fine, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you
We
all.
greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Great job. Mr. Henderson, if you would, please come on back up.
Yes, sir. All right.
Yeah. I think Mr. County Manager Sim, he hit on about the commercial kitchen. When the facility was built, it had everything in it, with the exception of a commercial stove that you had to have, what they told me, and a commercial refrigerator. We didn't have the funds. I wasn't about to spend my money on buying a commercial stove, cost about $1,600. And when I finally found a nice enough commercial refrigerator to go in the facility, that was $1,000. And then we put some sockets outside for the snack machine, which it was all did through recreation. In other words, I got with Dwayne, and then before he went under the Board of Commissioners, and he sent out a certified electrician to come out and do that on the back porch. So that was all we had to do. Then the COVID had came, it was getting an inspection. So it had to take a while before the gentleman would come down from the health department, whose office is in the county building. He came down and looked at it, and we went through the procedures for what we needed, the inspection dates and stuff, It was approved by the state. This what it was.
Thank you for staying, sir. Thank you for coming in, making your
Gotcha.
presentation.
One more last thing. Can we stop comparing two community centers? Two different locations, two different square footages, two different needs in each part of the community. Can we stop doing that? I mean, I think, first of all, the people who's pushing whatever that was sent out, let's be aware, we are in the current election. Those individuals has endorsed who they want to endorse. So this is not about operations. This is it's strictly political rhetoric, and this is all it is. And so can we please stop that? That's all I got to say.
We greatly appreciate you for being here and making your presentation. Thank you so much. Next we have, it's 12:30. Sheriff Brown, thank you so much for being here, sir. If you guys will come on up. So that it don't be any confusion, guys, Sheriff has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 departments that he's gonna be presenting today, so his time limit will not be 15 minutes. He gets it's set aside for an hour. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. We can stick with the 15 minutes if you would like. Chairman Baines, Vice Chair Henderson, all of you in your respective positions here. It's an honor to be here with you today. I'm excited about the upcoming year. I'm excited about, particularly this past week. Believe it or not, the Office of Sheriff is celebrating 200 years. As of March of 15th, we celebrated 200 years of existence here in the county. On top of that, I would imagine when Sheriff Lemuel Wynn was brought into office, I don't know whether he was elected back then, when he was brought in the office or elected into office on about that March 15th day, he never expected Newton County to be what it is today. And as I stand here today, I cannot imagine what Newton County is going to be like as years to come, another 200 years to come, if we continue to be progressive. Had we not been progressive over the past 200 years, we would still be riding horses, we would still be cultivating fields, we would still be lack of a number of things that we need in this community. On top of that, while we're celebrating our 200 years, just on yesterday, we again attained our level of accreditation. On yesterday, we are continuing to be a Triple Crown agency, one of the few in the nation. We received a score of 100 on yesterday, so that's very seldom. So they are, and rightfully so, they are celebrating because they are one of the best. In beginning our presentation, generally, I would have a PowerPoint. Mr. Sims, it's good to see you today again. It was a pleasure meeting you, and look forward to more meetings with you to see how our operation work within the community along with those fundings that we receive. But we would generally have a PowerPoint. We did not put a PowerPoint together today. I think you have all of the information that you need in front of you on today to make a competent decision. I believe that the budget that we have put together is a fair, I believe is an accurate, and I believe it is a doable and a workable budget. We have found ourselves over the years, and if you notice, I have been before you many times over the years to express my concern as far as the directions that Newton County is going. I not only just speak for the office of sheriff, but I speak for the entire community. When citizens are looking at moving to Newton County, they are not, their first goal, number one, is law enforcement services. I don't care how many jobs you have, I don't care how many nice homes you have, how many nice schools you have, they want to know one thing first, whether or not the law enforcement services there in their community is adequate. Second, they look at whether or not there is a good school system. And thirdly, they look at jobs, and fourthly, communities. So with all that said, we're concerned about the safety of every citizen here in this county. And being the chief law enforcement officer of the county, that is where my heart is and no place other. So I guess with that said, I will extend the floor. Excuse me, let me introduce. Today I have with me Ruben Rebello. He's our budget analyst. Ms. Brandy Birch, she's my administrative assistant, and Ms. Dollar is one of our finance personnel. So from this point on, again, you should have the worksheets before you. If there is a question, I don't know whether or not you want to go line by line or how you would like to proceed. The method of how we move forward is entirely up to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Sheriff. I guess the first one that jumps out at me is the maintenance agreements. The increase there. What is that?
Maintenance agreement, just off the top of my head and not looking back at my paperwork, we have chillers. That's for the air conditioning system. That is time to renew those. I think we have 3 in the rear of the building on one side. Those things can cost anywhere to $40,000 to $50,000, if not more. Then we have several other maintenance contracts that we have to maintain. One is Eagle. We have to maintain that contract. That is the software that we use to communicate back from the field, back into the office, over to communications.
Okay, so those are probably cyclical, right? I mean, we would see that type of increase.
Right, when you see that, right.
Okay, and I don't know if this is a budget question or not. I can't remember. I know last year we had a discussion about the vehicles, and I know vehicles has been a big part of everybody's discussion, right? So I know we approved X number of dollars for X number of vehicles in 2021, correct? Or this budget, right? Over and above.
Yeah, this budget, 22.
So, and you know, I associate it with Crown Vics. I hate seeing those Crown Vics on the road, right? So, and I think that's how we kind of put it. And how many of those, out of the last allotment of vehicles that we approved back in 2021, how many of those got replaced, would you say?
I think we've had 6 of those vehicles or so. 9, we've had 9. But let me just share something with you. We are where we are today because we failed to act. And when I say we, it's when I came before the board and I was asking for the vehicles, and I take ownership just as well as I certainly hope you take ownership. When I came before the board in 2019 asking for those vehicles, I did not know, nor that you knew, that COVID was going to happen. But when COVID happened, even if you had ordered 100 vehicles, we still couldn't get them because all of the plants closed down. We can't get computers, we can't get chips, we can't get transmission, you can't get engines. So all of those vehicles that we still have out there, we're being told, even just those few vehicles, it's going to be sometime next year before those few vehicles come in. And that's a hope and a wish that those vehicles come in. So we are where we are because we failed to act. Did I know this was coming? But did I know at the time we had aging vehicles? Yes. Did you know that we had aging vehicles? Yes. But we put it on the back burner, and now we are suffering because of the fact that we didn't act right then.
But, okay, I get you, I understand, but we got what we approved. I mean, we've at least got those ordered from last year, right?
We have them on order. We have 9 that we have received, and we have 7 more that's expected to come. And the last word I had is going to be sometime next year before those 7 come in. We are constantly, every day, trying to find someone who ordered a vehicle who would reject them. As a matter of fact, it was Douglas County. Douglas County ordered 30, and we were hoping that Douglas County would reject part of those vehicles, but they didn't. So that's where we're setting. We're setting up with every Brannon, Ginn Motor Company, whomever. If you can find someone who's going to reject an order, let us know, and we'll purchase those vehicles. That's where we're standing.
All right. I asked those questions for my sanity. I just want to make sure that what we approved last year was at least in the works to get filled. And I didn't want us to lose sight or forget about them or whatever. So.
Right. And I'm glad you made that point, Commissioner Edwards, because as I stand here today, even when that order is filled and those vehicles come in, even those 9 that we're referring to that's going to come in are in, we have about 8 officers ready to go on the road here shortly. They are going into our transitioning period. They're from training. We only have maybe 3 or 4 decent vehicles as far as spare vehicles that we can put those officers in. So we're still in a crunch for vehicles. We may end up having to look at, perhaps, we talked about something earlier, maybe a lease, take the cars from maybe one division, like criminal investigation, who would not require a pursuit vehicle, and move that car over to uniform division. That's where we are. And we're constantly, and it's good that we're hiring, we're getting applicants in each and every week or each and every day. So we're just hoping that those vehicles will come on in. And then we need to continue to order vehicles to get us out of where we are. Again, those Dodges that we're driving, most of them, they're 2005 to 2007, so those are over 10 years old. So we're way behind the 8 ball in terms of vehicles, and we just need to look at that real close. 5 here, 5 there, with having 100+ vehicles, you're never going to replenish the fleet, because by the time you buy 5 this year, 5 the next year, well, those 5 that you bought 5 years ago, you're obsolete. So that's where we are. We need to do a complete overhaul. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sheriff, but the Crown Vics, they will be, once that transition take place, all of those will be gone, right? Well, they will be not gone, but they will be set aside, right?
We are taking the Crown Vics as well, what we will do with the Crown Vics, we will take those cars and we will try our best to make those road ready until we are completely new,
Yeah.
right. Because what we're having to do now, that's what we're doing now. We have accidents in the Chargers, and we take a Crown Vic, refurbish it, and then we put it back on the road. It's not a bad looking car, but is it a safe car? We just getting by.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Brown, for all that you do for our community, keeping our community safe. It is important, you're absolutely correct. Of course, you know, we get calls all the time about, hey, this happened, that happened. And so we want to do everything we can. I know when our DA was here yesterday, he said that you all were working on a plan to try to come together. I know we would like to be, I know myself would like to be a part of whatever we can do to kind of help with furthering making sure that our community feels like they were safe as well. So thank you for all that you do for our community. This might be a question for Mr. Sims, maybe, possibly. I know we've kind of been talking about how can we begin as a county do a better job with our fleet recovery and implementing the new fleet when we need them in a timely manner. Have we by any chance reviewed any other counties that may have successful fleet programs that we can maybe mirror or implement here in Newton County to ensure that Sheriff has the cars that he needs? And
Thank you for that question, Mr. Commissioner. I think it's a great question. I definitely think we should look into having a fleet replacement plan. I think if we get to the point where we are having to replace so many vehicles at one time, it has a huge impact on our budget. But if we were in a plan where we were rotating and replacing so many vehicles per year, then it would go a long way. And if we are saying that we have 100 vehicles in use and we only replacing 5, then we're going to always be behind. You know, if we were replacing X amount of vehicles per year to kind of get us up, I think it'd go a long way. I looked at the budget as well. If you look at the budget, it appears it's very high. But if you take out the vehicles and you take out some of the other things, then the budget kind of is not as high as it appears. And if we have a replacement plan, as well as we had the vehicles on our capital budget, some places have large ticket items like this on a capital budget, and it reflects a more flat budget, whereas we have it here in our general budget, so it gives the impression that the budget is higher than what it actually is.
Let me just.
I'm sorry, you could.
And I was going to say, you're correct, Mr. Sims, and not only that, it's target the individual who is requesting that, because it make it appears that that individual is overspending when you have it in your budget when it should be coming, you know, elsewhere. That's a great question, and I would ask that Mr. Sims meet with major banks, with our organization, and get a diary of the vehicles that we have to include mileage and so forth and so on, and how much money we have invested in those vehicles over the years. The last time we bought vehicles at a large volume, it was around 2008. We had just purchased some vehicles, but because of the economy, we had 34 vehicles coming in, but we had to refuse the sale. We had to turn the vehicles back because at the time we didn't have the money to pay for the vehicles. Prior to that, the last time we had vehicles at a large number would have been back in the late 80s. when we bought, I think it was 30-plus vehicles, when we provided a car for everybody. Commissioner Henderson, you may recall, we had take-home vehicles back then, and that was the last time we bought just say a entire fleet of vehicles. And we are, again, where we are because we're not changing them out.
As often.
Yeah, as often.
Yeah. So I think, Mr. Sams, if we can definitely do that, figure out a way how we can come up with a strategic plan or an innovative plan on how we can begin to really replace them, like you said, a vehicle replacement program where it's not so heavy on the budget, but we figure out another strategic way from a financial perspective to be able to do that so that we're not always in arrears, but we are doing our best to stay ahead of the game.
Yes, sir, I'll look into it.
And with that said, Commissioner, excuse me, with that said, I think time is essence on this, is that if we are able to come up with a plan, and once the economy, in terms of the vehicles being put back on the market, I think we need to move swiftly in order to capitalize on getting those vehicles, because if we sit back and wait, well then other agencies who are just like us or more progressive agencies who believe in changing their vehicles out, they're the ones that's going to end up getting the vehicles. So I would suggest that we put together a plan, decide what we're going to do, and then we act on that plan swiftly.
And it's a big safety concern as well,
yes,
which is we would definitely want to make sure because of the safety of our deputies as well.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. T. And just bears in mind when you talking about getting sheriff and sheriff deputies cars, that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is what you do on a daily basis. You can buy a car, but you have to have the accessories to mount on the car. You know, that big old black bumper, what I remember, see some often, the siren lights and maybe some other accessories, the computers and stuff that goes in it. And so it's not like me going out and buying a car. I go to the lot, look at it, I say, I like this car, I'm gonna get it. But it's a whole set of different stuff when the officer sheriff buys a car. Because I think if the car costs, in layman's term, $30,000, you got to spend probably another $15,000 to put the accessories. I don't know the exact number, but bear that in mind. So when you buying a fleet, it's gonna go way up. But what I think, and I'm just saying this me talking, if we can follow the guidance of the sheriff for the cars and all the rest stuff he asked him, if we just do what he has to do in a timely manner, I think we'll be in a whole lot better shape than we are now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sanders.
Mine is real quick because everybody kind of scoped on it. Do you know how many cars we need to replace? Do you know the maximum number?
Out of 100 plus?
Yeah. About 100 plus, okay.
And I'm pretty good, but I'm not that good today, Commissioner Sanders.
Okay.
I'll get that information for you. But again, like I said, we still have 2005s and 3s that are on the road. And if need be, Mr. Sims, I can make sure that major banks contact you in regards to those numbers. Okay.
Any more questions, guys?
And excuse me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair was correct on the accessories and all. It's better for us to move, when I say seamless, for instance, if we had ordered vehicles 3 years ago, a lot of the equipment that we have will interchange. So when they go from have a model change, then the cages that we have in our cars will not fit in the next car because of the model change. A lot of times it may be something as simply as a curve in the door panel. It could be an inch, narrow within the width of the car. So it's a number of factors, as Commissioner Henderson stated, the push bumpers, the lights, and all of those things it take for the deputy to get out and do an efficient job.
Sir, we greatly appreciate you being here today. Thank you for presenting your budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you all, and God bless you.
Same with you.
All right.
Got one more. Guys, we're gonna take a quick break. We had one last one. It's the homeless shelter, and I'm told she'll be here around 1 o'clock. So the homeless shelter. Yep. And I know you got an appointment, but I thank you for hanging in here this long. Okay. Yes. Oh yes. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
I just want to make a quick comment about the capital. So I know y'all have seen a lot of capital requests, and at this present time, they are reflected in the general fund budget. However, the last several years once the budget's been more finalized, we have pulled those from the department budgets and put those in the capital fund. So we will do that as we progress through this budget. But ultimately, the general fund is still the responsible fund for funding the capital improvement fund, because that's where the money comes from, a transfer from general fund. So I just kind of wanted to touch on that we will pull the capital, approved capital projects will be pulled out of the general fund budgets and moved to capital fund as we progress. So, the other day we kind of mentioned, I'm looking for your priorities. What are your priorities? Are your priorities more this year funding pension, or are we going to be more heavy in funding capital? Because that's just ultimately what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to prioritize. So we just have to figure out which direction are we wanting to go this year. I mean, and obviously, we don't want to, if we do fund the pension, we don't want to completely just omit all capital. So we do probably need to look at a good balance of what we do decide to do.
So we got.
Especially in smaller budgets, like finance doesn't have a car, obviously, but let's say finance went and bought a $40,000 car. That would stick out really heavy in a budget under $1 million. So that's why we do that. Plus, with capital funds, like the issue right now with the vehicles, the vehicles are not coming in, so you're not losing those funds like you do lose general funds if you don't spend them in that fiscal year. Capital funds are multi-level funds or multi-year funds.
Commissioner Sanders.
I just believe in education, and I know we're live, so can you expound on the difference between the general fund and the capital fund, so those who are watching, we know, but they have no idea what we're talking about.
So your general fund is your county's main operating fund. That's the revenue is heavily the tax digest. We do have fines and forfeitures, fees, things like that. The capital fund is a fund that is a multi-year fund. SPLOST is also a capital fund. So you can have like a general capital fund where you fund things that SPLOST doesn't fund. And then how that works is your general fund does a transfer to your capital fund. And then, so if we do get in a place where we have a vehicle retention plan, we know we might need to transfer $500,000 a year from general fund to capital fund to be able to fund cars that maybe we're funding this year, next year, the year after that.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. I believe that we have we have somewhat committed to our employees that we're gonna, you know, make sure they have a defined benefit plan plus a 401k plan too as well. And we have talked so much about retention of people working at the county. And so the question that I'm asking, and I guess this goes to County Manager Sims, is that do we need at this point, or if we have to, a $39 million fund balance? That can we use a little bit of that money to secure that our employees will be retained and that we will attract new employees by offering that benefit? Now, I'm going to give you my opinion on it. Now, I haven't missed ACCG in years, but I know the time that I had been there, and what they always stuck in my head all those years was 10%. I think we got something like 70%, 60% of fund balance. And we always talk in terms of emergencies. What happened to this, what happened to that? Well, you know, I've looked at least from like on TV, and I see most of those counties that have emergencies of real high magnitude that the federal government and state government stepped in to help. So I think what we need to do is help our employees be ensured that if they stick with us, help us, and future commissioners, that they will have a good retirement. And to me, that's what it's all about, is taking care of your employees.
Commissioner, as far as utilizing fund balance for this particular initiative, I think that would be a decision that would be best handled by the elected body. From my perspective, it's always wise to be mindful of utilizing fund balance because it does impact credit rating as well as our ability to handle any unforeseen situations. So I would err on, if that is a decision that the body decide to do, then that would be you all's decision. But I think it is a balance that we have to always take for our organization.
Yes. And I have just one follow-up question. If you took, and just me talking, if you took $5 million, would that affect our credit rating?
I would need to talk
I'm
with our
trying to
finance
find
director.
out, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Sims. I was referring to finance. If we took $5 million out of $39 million, would that affect our credit rating?
I can't say for certain because there's a company called Moody's who does the credit ratings. There's a lot of different factors that affects your credit rating. It's not just your fund balance, it's your debt ratio.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
the economic development in the county.
ma'am.
So there's so many factors. I don't want to
Yes,
give
ma'am.
a
I don't
yes or
believe, I'm sorry, let me change up. I don't believe it will because we have had way less than that, than what we have here now. And we spent way less than that and our credit rating didn't go down one iota. So I think that if it's needed, I'm not saying you go out and just go out and pick up your fund balance and do that. If it's needed to help our employees, then I think we should look at that as a whole, as a board.
Commissioner Sanders.
I just have a question, because I know, as he mentioned, ACCG, they do require like just only 3 to 4 months for operations. How many months, based on our fund balance of $39 million, is that how much is in there? Is that the correct number? How many months does that constitute that goes towards?
It's around 6.5 right now.
Okay, so we're over really the recommendation. Okay.
And the ACCG's recommendation is a minimum recommendation. So it usually always says, we recommend you have a minimum of 3 to 4 months.
Thank you. Guys, we're going to take a break until we're going to take a break until what time? 1:15? Until 1:15, guys. Thank you. Guys, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene back in the session. Next we have Pastor Lett, if you would please, and whoever you want to come up with you, please come on up. Paperwork. As you know, Pastor Lett runs the homeless shelter here. We want to thank you so much for being here today. The way we've been doing it, we allow 15 minutes. I'll kind of cut you off when you're getting close, so the commissioners will be able to ask questions.
Okay.
And it's on you.
Okay. Good afternoon to each and every one.
Good afternoon.
Come before you today in requesting funding from the county. And I am the founder of the director of Rainbow Community Center. I'm a little bit out of breath. And for 21 years, and I've been pastoring Rainbow Covenant Ministry for 29 years. And I also had a cleaning service for 25 years long ago. Today I stand with the board and the chair, Doug Doster, which is he's the chair of a board, and along with other board members. But it is a pleasure to stand here this afternoon to take the time to thank the commissioners of this board and members for supporting during the time of the F1 tornado. And I just want to thank you for that. During these hard times, we was displaced, losing building that housed resident sleeping quarters and the cafeteria and commercial equipment. We never forgot the outpour of this community, Newton County, as they came to our rescue during those times, and the community of this county. And most of all, I want to thank this board for the donation and the gift of the $30,000, along with the matching of the city of Covington. We would never forget that. And it truly is a blessing to receive those funds. We provide housing programs that include emergency shelter, transition housing, and the Georgia Reentry Housing Program. Our mission of the Garden of Gethsemane Homeless Shelter is to provide housing for women, men, and children. We feel by addressing homelessness is a part of Newton County strategic planning. As this would be our first time requesting funding from the Executive Board of Newton County, we appreciate this opportunity to submit the application. Yes, commissioners, we are here in need of funding due to the decrease of funds in our budget. Most of our funding came from the Georgia Reentry Program, which is a wonderful program that serves inmates from the county jail and other institutions and others that become homeless. The RPH program have made changes with all RPH providers, which is 51 providers in the state of Georgia. And in that changing, the services were suspended. Their service was suspended in April of 2021 and resumed back September 2021. Rainbow have only received 2 return citizens as of today. We have not received any for 2022. Commissioners, this have reduced our funding in a great way. For the last 2 years, we lost funding from the North Georgia United Methodist Homeless Council, Snapping Shows, churches, and individuals because of COVID-19. During COVID-19, we only had 2 residents became ill with COVID-19 due to what we had in place to make them safe. Commissioner, is there anything that we can do to enhance this county? We are here to do it. Are there any questions from our commissioners?
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sanders has to leave. She has an appointment she has to make. Any questions, guys? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not actually a question, but I just want to say thank you for what Rainbow Community Center Incorporated provides to our community. Pastor-elect, you and me have had several conversations about how we can help our unsheltered or homeless community. And through those conversations, last year in 2021, I brought to your attention that when I really realized that our homeless population was growing and that it was a major issue in 2021, I brought you together. I brought Dr. Clark from our Georgia Piedmont Technical College. I brought together Shamika from our Housing Authority and Debbie from our chamber together, and we sat down and I casted a vision of what I wanted to see on how we can help this portion of our community, because they're important as well. And I came up with the Unsheltered Job and Housing Initiative, where we can now take some of our unsheltered, transport them to Georgia Piedmont Technical College for 5 or 15-week training, get the training that they need. Once they graduate, they automatically, immediately receive a job at one of our Newton County corporations or companies, and then work with our housing authority to actually find them affordable housing so that we can reacclimate them back into the community. And so with that being said, I just want you to know that I want to personally continue to partner with Rainbow, continue to partner with you. I'm also being the vice chair of the Community Economic and Workforce Development Steering Committee with the National Association of Counties. In addition to that, I'm having extensive conversations with those in Washington, D.C. On a national level to figure out what resources we can bring to Newton County to really help the expansion of your facility, where we can help more people. As a matter of fact, I have a gentleman right now that's reaching out to me stating that he's being displaced. And so because of that, I want to ensure that I am being the leader that I'm called to be, to really help our community, those that are unsheltered. And so I want to just say thank you for what you've done. I want to continue this partnership. I want to continue our Unsheltered Job and Housing Initiative to get these individuals. I also want to even start having some additional conversations with Viewpoint Health, where we can bring them in, because we know that sometimes it's mental health, sometimes it's substance abuse. We know that and we understand that, and so we want to make sure that we address those concerns as well, so that we can help them get through this Unsheltered Job and Housing Initiative program. So thank you for all that you all do. Know that I'm a huge supporter, and I'm going to do everything I can to continue to move our community so that we can address this concern. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think for years and years, the county we have not did our job, because that facility and budget is what it's supposed to be in the county. I think we talked about that for a long time, and then we didn't see it. But make a long story short, I think it was Mr. Sam Ramsey came in and just really worked and did what he could, and the good Lord called him home. And he's gonna really be missed, and I'm sure he's being missed. So,
And
is
we
this,
miss him.
the funding that you requesting, how much is it? Since I was a little late, I'm sorry. How much is it? Do you have a figure, a number?
Yes, I applied that to it in the
Okay,
application.
what's the number? I mean, I'm asking.
Okay.
It's 300,000.
300,000.
300,000. So is the city of Covington are they gonna partner with us and cut that 300,000 down to $150,000 a piece, similar to what we did as far as the $60,000 they gave 30 and we gave 30, or are you asking that the board we do the 300,000?
I wish I had an answer for you, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't answer that because I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am. So it was just that to me, to do it, hey, we're giving, because I know there's a need out there. I know there need to be some improvements to as well as to the building, because I think the blue thing is still over the building, and it should have been gone.
Yeah.
And it was my understanding from some of the people in the city of Covington that Shamika Housing Authority was supposed to fix that because that is their building. And just let me say this, and I'm gonna move on. Washington Street was in a similar situation way back when. In Washington Street, the city of Covington gave the county of Washington Street, and then that's how they ended up on our appropriation, and we doing stuff. So I think it's somewhere, if we're gonna move in that direction, then I think we need to keep it legal and make sure that it may be moved over to the county so we can, if the commissioners want it to be, because it's not but 2 here now.
Right.
It's going to be at least 3.
Right.
Agree and move it over to the county so we can just start putting our budget and start funding it.
Thank you.
So, but that's just my opinion now.
Yeah,
You
I
got
know.
to go before the board. And so, that's something hopefully Commissioner Pastor DeMond can maybe look at, and we all work together, maybe do something else. We got to be a legal decision on that, because right now the property is city of Covington. Okay, thank you.
Can I add, Mr. Chair, real quick? I agree. I think that's definitely something that we should look at. Possibly seeing if there's a way where the county can have a facility. I don't know if that's possible or not, but I think that's definitely something we can look at. Is it possible that you can explain the current situation with the roof, why it has not been repaired, what's going on with that? Can you explain that reason why? Is that possible?
I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
My understanding, and from meeting with the city and the housing authority, that the timing, my understanding from 7 months to a year, the building should have been back up. So someone sort of dropped the ball there. And what have happened now, the zoning, the zoning that has been changed. So they have to do, what's the word? Text amendment, and it have to go back before the council. And that's what we are right now, waiting on the council and the zoning department of City of Covington.
So you basically couldn't get it repaired because the zoning was changed where you couldn't repair that portion of the building, and so now you're waiting for that zoning to change back so that you
Yes.
can get it repaired?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. My understanding, that they wanted brick and mortar changes, which the insurance company could not put that much into the building. So they're trying to go back and get it grandfathered back in, like the other 2 buildings we have.
Right. So did they give you a timeline of how soon they'll be able to make that decision, if it can be rezoned back to where the housing authority can go ahead and repair? Because I know the housing authority can't repair it
Right.
until the zoning changes on that particular building.
Yes.
So do they give you a timeline of when they're
No,
going to change that
No,
zone?
we don't have a timeline as of yet. I
Thank
think
you.
everybody's just waiting to see what the city decision is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We know how important what you do in this community, how important it is. It's my hope that this board will, at what level, I don't know, but at some level, find funding to help fund you guys. And I will, whatever level that is, I will be reaching out to the mayor of Covington and asking him to please join us in funding you guys to whatever level that may be. But we greatly appreciate what you do. You know, sometimes we think our homeless population is growing, but I'm telling you, it has grown.
Yes.
And it's a huge issue in this community. I agree with you, and I thank you because you're doing something. You guys are doing something that a lot of people will turn their heads to. And thank you for caring about this community. Thank you for caring about people. Thank you for not wanting to see people sleep in the woods, sleep in tents. And I commend you for what you do. I greatly appreciate y'all for being here today.
Yeah.
This board will take it in consideration, and you had something? This board will take it in consideration, and you'll know something.
Yeah, and I just want to say, Chair, I couldn't do it without an awesome, great board.
Great board.
That support in there, and it's just awesome to have those that have a heart for homelessness and those that have been displaced.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Guys, that is a wrap. That is a wrap, guys. We greatly appreciate y'all for being here all 3 days. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, sir. We greatly appreciate you. Thank you, Ms. Brittany, Brian, Ms. Walker, and Ms. LaTanya. Thank you so much.